alcalde. Y también me aseguraré de que Amberway lea la proclamación. Respetados miembros, Amberway está en línea. ¿Me escucha? Sí, sí, claro. ¿Me escuchan ustedes? Amber, ¿nos escuchas? Sí. ¿Y ustedes me escuchan a mí? Hola. Amber, creo que tienes el micrófono apagado. Sí, ¿ustedes me escuchan? Hola, ¿me escuchan? Hola, ¿te escuchamos? Ah, genial. Respetada alcaldesa y miembros del Consejo, muchas gracias por esta proclamación y gracias por permitirme hablar acerca del cáncer de pulmón y su privación en los ciudadanos de Durham. ¿Ustedes me pueden ver o solamente se me oye? Solamente se te oye. Y tu nombre, vemos tu nombre. ¿Está bien? ¿Hay alguna manera en la que yo pueda encender mi cámara? No creo que tengamos el equipo para hacerlo, pero te escuchamos. Bueno, quería asegurarme, listo, muchísimas gracias. Mi nombre es Amber Way, soy residente de Carolina del Norte y soy miembro de ALSI o la American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative. Estoy aquí con el doctor Jeffrey Ain, él es un cirujano torácico y fundador de ALSI, así como también la doctora Betty Tom y asesora doctora Benia Schrabi, la Facultad de Medicina de Duke. El cáncer de pulmón es una condición porque es la causa número uno de muerte por cáncer en Durham y en los Estados Unidos. Según la Fundación de Investigación del Cáncer, para el final del 2022 se estima que más de 130,000 personas morirán de esta enfermedad en los Estados Unidos únicamente. El cáncer de pulmón generalmente tiene un pronóstico pobre, lo que significa que las personas diagnosticadas tienen una baja probabilidad de recuperarse y eso se debe a que el cáncer pulmonar siempre es detectado en los últimos estadios, porque las personas generalmente no sienten síntomas hasta que ya se ha hecho muy severa la condición. La evaluación para detectar cáncer de pulmón hace que sea muy importante, pero también es muy difícil detectarlo, así que es difícil tratarlo. La detección temprana del cáncer se hace a través de una tomografía de dosis baja o un escaneo CT. Un escaneo CT es una prueba indolora y simple que toma 5 minutos completarla. Es gratis para las personas cubiertas por Medicare o por seguros privados. El escaneo CT crea una imagen 3D del pulmón que pueden utilizar los doctores para hacer un diagnóstico temprano del cáncer, para que los pacientes tengan más opciones para el tratamiento. Sin embargo, el cáncer de pulmón tiene una tasa baja de examinación. Por eso es que nosotros creemos que la educación y concienciación sobre el cáncer de pulmón son cruciales, que tenemos que educar a nuestra comunidad acerca de quién necesita examinarse, por qué y cómo. Cualquier examen de cáncer de pulmón se recomienda para adultos de 15 a 88 años, quienes tienen un historial de tabaquismo y que lo han tenido durante los últimos 15 años. Es extremadamente importante que eduquemos a los pacientes, a los doctores y a las familias acerca de la evaluación de cáncer de pulmón. Para cualquier persona que esté aquí, les animo y les invito a que inviten a sus familiares y a sus miembros comunitarios a que tomen conciencia de la examinación para detección de cáncer de pulmón y nos sentimos agradecidos por el municipio de Durham por sus esfuerzos. El promedio nacional es 8% en comparación con el 5,5% al resto de la nación. Admiramos todos sus esfuerzos y nos unimos a esa iniciativa. Como la Facultad de Medicina, nosotros creemos que los médicos de la ciudad de Durham pueden liderar este esfuerzo para salvar vidas. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias y felicitaciones.
Ahora vamos a los anuncios eh, muy brevemente realizados por el Congreso en la universidad. Tenemos una gran victoria en el homecoming de los Eagles y esperamos ir a la celebración. Entonces sigan sintonizados para eso. Fue un homecoming increíble. Quiero agradecer a Downtown Durham, que hizo un excelente trabajo asegurándose de que los Eagles supieran que estaban siendo bienvenidos en Durham. También tuvimos publicidad en toda la ciudad. Entonces estamos muy agradecidos con la ciudad por darle la bienvenida a todos los que vinieron este fin de semana. Le doy la palabra a mi colega, asumiendo de que hay algún anuncio adicional. Buenas noches a todos. Voy a pedirle una excusa por ausencia el 8 de diciembre, ya que voy a ser parte de un fellowship de Hard Leadership Education Foundation y voy a viajar a Texas para ser parte de esta fundación de educación superior. Entonces, voy a ausentarme el 8 de diciembre y quiero pedir excusas desde ya. Claro que sí, no hay ningún inconveniente. Consejera, muchas gracias, alcaldesa. Voy a ser la primera de muchos de mis colegas que quieren recordarle a todos que el día de las elecciones es mañana. Por favor, asegúrense de salir a votar. Las salas de votación van a estar abiertas desde las 7:30, desde las 6:30, perdón, hasta las 7:30 p.m. Pueden también ir a la página web para buscar su lugar de votación. Y es muy importante que todo el mundo salga y vote. Entonces, por favor, vayan y lleven a sus amigos, familias, llamen a todos sus amigos para asegurarse de que voten. Es importante de que todos lo hagamos para poder llevar a nuestra gente a los lugares de votación. Muchas gracias, consejera Williams. Muchas gracias. No sé si lo han anunciado, pero el día de mañana es el día de la votación. Asegúrense de salir a votar. Si ustedes ven a una persona en el Central Homecoming, en el NCC Homecoming, en la línea de 50 yardas con la camisa que decía voten, ese era yo en el partido. Y me sentí muy bien venciendo al equipo contrincante. Y en CCCU tuvimos a dos personas famosas aquí, Jandy Smith y Courtney Nicole de Telepeer Studios. Y había mucha gente ahí celebrando la idea de poder salir a votar. Y nuestros estudiantes de college estuvieron también muy activos. Saludos a ellos por ser energéticos y por involucrarse tanto en estas elecciones. En verdad necesitamos que la gente salga y participe. También quería reconocer a Angela Lee, una gran mujer de Durham. Recientemente fue reconocida con un premio nacional de Emergence Leader Award por su Instituto de Preservación de la Historia. Y eso es algo muy importante. Solamente 4 personas, 3 de hecho, 3 personas, veamos, asegurémonos, 4 personas en la nación que han recibido este premio todos los años. Y nuestra Angela Lee, que es la directora ejecutiva del HICRC Center, es una de ellas. Entonces, saludos también a ese liderazgo que tienen. Y creo que eso es lo único que tengo para esta noche, alcaldesa. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias y felicitaciones a la señora Lee. Muchas gracias, alcaldesa. No sé si fue anunciado, pero quería felicitar a Angela Lee. Solamente quería decir que vale la pena repetir esto una y otra vez para salgan a votar. También quiero alentar a la gente a que hablen con sus vecinos, amigos, familiares. Y también quiero decir que tenemos los buses disponibles gratuitamente para que los utilicen si lo necesitan. Gracias. Buenas noches a todos. También quiero alentar a todo el mundo a que salga a votar y quiero recordarles a todos que tenemos 3 puntos importantes. Tienen que votar, tienen que utilizar la boleta electoral y tenemos unos bonos para la Museo de Ciencias, para las escuelas públicas, que son muy importantes. Y hay muchas cosas que tenemos que hacer, especialmente para mejorar nuestros colegios. Entonces, volteen la boleta electoral. No solamente hagan el frente, tienen que llenarla toda. Y muy rápidamente, creo que las personas han enfatizado en la importancia de estas elecciones y he tenido el placer de trabajar con Forsyth County y Alamance County y quiero que la gente salga ya a recordar a todos a que salgan a es muy importante para Carolina del Norte y para ese país salir a votar. Y han habido algunas puertas que he tocado y una mujer a la que no le toqué la puerta tiene 98 años y ella votó. 98 años. Y sé que muchos de nuestros jóvenes, eh, hubo uno de 20 años y hablé con él y él se preguntaba si el voto de él contaba y si valía la pena votar. Y la verdad sí, pero puedo imaginar que esa mujer que tiene 98 años tiene una historia bien larga de momentos muy difíciles en los que ha vivido y aún así fue a votar. Entonces, por favor, que esa sea la mujer que los inspira a votar, una mujer de 98 años. Si ella puede ir a votar, puedo imaginar todo lo que ella ha pasado en su vida. Y si ella puede hacerlo, ustedes también pueden ir. Es muy importante que lo hagan. Gracias. Alcaldesa, colegas, a todos en la Cámara. Continuando con la virtud de este mes, soy muy agradecido por la semana pasada en donde participé en una reunión muy importante. Alcaldesa, usted ha dicho una y otra vez, ha hablado muchas de las personas grandiosas que tenemos aquí y queremos darles agradecimiento a ellos. Y la semana pasada nuestro director de recursos humanos, nuestro nuevo director de recursos humanos, Robert Wynn, presidió sobre su primer liderazgo, su primera conferencia. Y la conferencia de liderazgo eh, tenía 4 palabras básicas: rediscover, redescubrir, reconocer. eh, me gustó abrir esa conferencia como su orador principal y con lo que salimos de allá es que hay algo especial sobre trabajar con nuestra democracia. Algunas veces las personas dicen trabajo para la ciudad y lo que entendimos, alcaldesa, es que uno no solamente trabaja para la ciudad, uno le sirve a la ciudad. Así estés vaciando las canecas de basura o arreglando la calle o respondiendo al 911, recogiendo basura o arreglando las tuberías. Tú le estás sirviendo a nuestra experiencia colectiva para hacer que esta democracia funcione. Y lo que la democracia es un espacio compartido. Nos proponemos que podamos tener un espacio compartido y no nos matemos. Compartan las carreteras, el aire y el agua. Y aquellos que trabajan para la ciudad son las personas que hacen que todo eso funcione. Entonces, quiero felicitar a la gente de recursos humanos y al director Wen. Quiero agradecerles. Algunas veces hay muchas cosas que no se celebran, pero la semana pasada pudimos asegurarnos de que la frase fue esa: Servio Civitato. Yo le sirvo a la ciudad. Y eso es un llamado noble y sagrado. Y para todas las personas que trabajan para la ciudad y que le sirven a la ciudad, incluso en los días más complicados cuando nos insultan o no nos da las gracias, ustedes están trabajando en algo muy noble. No trabajan para la ciudad, les sirven a la ciudad. Y eso es algo noble e importante. Gracias, alcaldesa. Gracias, Tim. De pronto ustedes han notado que estamos haciendo las cosas un poco diferentemente esta vez. Le estoy diciendo a los colegas que participen en esta reunión y estamos experimentando con diferentes formas en que podemos ahorrar tiempo y poder hacer que las cosas se agilicen mejor. La alcaldesa no tiene que estar todo el tiempo, tiene que estar liderando porque hay muchas personas brillantes aquí que son muy capaces para ayudar a compartir la carga. Esta noche van a ver Mayor Pro Team y yo vamos a compartir la carga porque tenemos una agenda bastante robusta con muchas personas. Y una de las cosas que voy a pedir a los oradores es que vamos a reducir el tiempo a 2 minutos cada persona porque tenemos unas 30 personas que van a hablar y tenemos que balancear bien el tiempo entre los proponentes como también nosotros. Tenemos que tener algo de tiempo para comentar. Tim también eh, puede ayudar con la agenda y nos puede empezar a ayudar. Entonces le voy a dar la palabra a él para que nos ayude a agilizar. También vamos a considerar los 2 votos que tuvimos. Uno sería para la consejera Hyman, la ausencia que va a tener para excusarla. Eh, Vamos a estar trabajando también con los oradores para las audiencias públicas de esta noche. Maple Team, tienes la palabra mientras organizamos los oradores. Muchas gracias, con su permiso. En este momento vamos a hablar con el gerente de la ciudad para algunos elementos prioritarios que pueda tener. Buenas noches. Muy buenas noches, alcaldesa, el señor Pro Tem y miembros del Consejo de Durham City. Tengo algunos ítems prioritarios para que tomen en consideración esta noche. En la agenda, el ítem número 14, que es la presentación y selección de un designado para crear un designado para crear y gestionar un distrito social. El anexo número 3, la ordenanza para la sección 38, raya 21, fue revisada para incluir el número del distrito social y aclarar el permiso especial para el consumo de bebidas alcohólicas en el parque. Anexo número 4, que es uno para la sección 96, raya 841, que incluye el distrito, el número de distrito social y también para insertar el número de ordenanza correcto. En segundo lugar, el ítem número 18, que es un anexo consolidado 111000 de Old Oxford Road. El memo dice hablar en el anexo P para los comentarios ya han sido agregados al paquete. Ítem número 19 de la agenda, anexación consolidada del 500 Lucy Road. La sección J del anexo J, que es un cambio de mapa de la zona de mapa, que para proveer retroalimentación de la Comisión de Planeación. Y finalmente el ítem número 20 de la agenda, que es una anexación consolidada de a Jackson and Farrell, el número de caso en la sección número 1 del anexo K, que es una ordenanza de zonificación que fue revisada de BDG 210024 a Z 0047A, y el memo fue revisado para incluir el anexo E, que es son los comentarios, y el anexo M, incluyendo sus comentarios, que fue agregado al paquete. Eso es todo lo que tengo para ustedes esta noche. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Sus ítems han sido anotados. En este momento vamos a ir a la fiscal por si tengan algo que compartir. Muchísimas gracias. Buenas noches, miembros del consejo. Me encanta poder verlos. La oficina de fiscal no tiene ningún ítem hoy. Vamos a hablar con la secretaria. La oficina de la secretaria esta misma no tenemos ninguna prioridad en este momento, ningún ítem prioritario. En este momento voy a leer el archivo de los ítems para la agenda del Consejo, que ya tuvo la oportunidad de hacer un trabajo de profundización, pero si estos ítems pueden ser tocados por los miembros del Consejo, miembros del público, para hacer comentarios si lo desean. El ítem número 1, la Junta de Ajustes, el Buró de Convención de Discovery Durham, los representantes, número 2, el Comité de Consejeros, ítem número 4, septiembre 22, el Bid Report, ítem número 5, el orden de presupuesto, septiembre 22, ítem número 6, el Plan de Rescate Americano de Carpa Project Windstorm, de infraestructura, instalaciones, ítem número 7, mapas, cambios de zonificación, Dearborn Drive, Multifinancial Motion Correction, ítem número 8, aprobación de unas instalaciones multifamiliares que son conocidas como Zero Trace Apartment en la ciudad de Durham, Carolina del Norte, con el financiamiento de hogares multifamilias con bonos. Número 9, prevención para el Celeste Circle Station Project. Ítem número 10, contratos de cooperativas de compras en un Rotopack. Ítem número 11, contratos de compras para Site Wonder de camiones, también de los camiones de carga manual. Número 14, presentación, ordenanza y selección de un designado para crear y gestionar un distrito social. También vamos a estar hablando de eso. Ítem número 23, resolución y apoyo para el derecho de los estudiantes a que organicen un sindicato de trabajo. Y eso está considerado bajo las audiencias públicas. Número 18, anexación. El ítem número 11, 12 de Old Roxford Road. Ítem 19, anexación consolidada 5002 de Litchfield Road. Ítem número 20, anexación consolidada de Junctions and Farrow. Ítem 21, anexación consolidada de Wilkinson States. Ítem número 22, cambios de zonificación en el mapa. Esto termina la lectura de la agenda impresa para esta noche. Tengo el ítem número 14 que lo vamos a sacar ya que es el único. ¿Están de acuerdo? Habiendo dicho esto, en ese momento vamos a pedir una noción para adoptar la agenda de consentimiento. Escuche la noción de Hyman y Caballero. Secretaria, ¿puede abrir la votación? La moción pasa 7-0. Y, saqué el ítem número 14 porque estoy en la junta de DDI. Y estamos trabajando con la legislatura y no puedo participar con este voto. Entonces, en este momento voy a dar un paso al costado y si puedo darle la palabra nuevamente a usted para el ítem número 14. Sí, tenemos 3 nociones que tenemos que votar. Muchas gracias, Mayor Pro Tem. Primero, una ordenanza para la sección 38-21 titulada Bebidas alcohólicas. Lo segundo, la moción. La consejera Caballero lo ha secundado y también la consejera Johnson, si no estoy mal. Secretaria, si abre la votación. Cierra la votación. La moción pasa 6-0 con una extensión de el señor Middleton. La segunda consideración es adoptar una ordenanza para la sección 46-149 llamada posesión de contenedores abiertos de bebidas alcohólicas, la disposición de contenedores y consumo de ciertas bebidas alcohólicas para agregar una excepción para distritos sociales. Lo segundo ha sido movido por los consejeros Caballero y Williams. Secretaria, se abre la votación. Si cierra la votación, por favor. La moción pasa 6-0 con abstención de Peterson. La última moción es para autorizar a la gerente ciudadana para poder negociar y ejecutar un acuerdo con Downtown Durham Inc. para permitirle a que sea el designado para el distrito social. Lo segundo ha sido apoyada por el consejero Williams, la consejera Johnson. Secretaria, si abre la votación, por favor. Si cierra la votación, por favor. La moción pasa 6-0 con abstención de Peterson. Alcalde Pro Tem, muchas gracias, colegas, y por permitirme dar un paso al costado. Vamos a hacer una moción para el colega, el señor Hyman, para usarse el 8. ¿Esa fue la fecha? Yo escuché una moción de Williams y Johnson. Secretaria, se abre la votación. Cierre la votación. Pasa la moción 7-0. En este momento, colegas de la Cámara, vamos a tomar las audiencias públicas y vamos a comenzar con el anexo 18 de anexación consolidada, ítem 1110, Oxford Road, y en este momento vamos a escuchar el reporte.
Buenas noches, alcalde O'Neill, alcaldesa O'Neill, alcalde Pro Tem Middleton y a los miembros del consejo. Yo soy Gillian Crawford, vengo del Departamento de Planeación y estoy contenta de estar aquí con ustedes. Me gustaría declarar para el registro que todos los temas del Departamento de Planeación han sido anotados y notarizados según ley correspondiente y todos los affidavits están en archivo en el Departamento de Planeación. Hay una solicitud para una cambio de zonificación y una anexación para Horvath Associates para una parcela de tierra de 4.9 acres ubicado en 1110 All Oxford Road. Esta petición de anexo no es contigua a los límites corporativos. La intención del anexo es para servir para servicios públicos y el desarrollo de 8.000 pies cuadrados de espacio comercial que excluye clubes nocturnos y bares. La zonificación actual es de número 20, zona residencial urbana, y se planea que se cambie esa designación con el plan de desarrollo. La Comisión de Planación recomendó una negación para un voto de 11-0 en 13 de diciembre de 2022. La propiedad en este momento se designa como comercial en el plan de ordenamiento territorial futuro y en el plan general. Esta zonificación es consistente con el plan de ordenamiento territorial futuro. Como recordatorio, se requiere tres mociones para que esta solicitud se apruebe. La primera es adoptar una ordenanza que anexe la propiedad y que pueda celebrar un contrato de extensión de servicios públicos. La segunda es aprobar esa ordenanza y la tercera es aprobar la declaración de consistencia. Muchas gracias y estaremos aquí para responder cualquier pregunta. Muchas gracias por su respuesta. Voy a declarar esta audiencia pública oficialmente abierta y primero voy a pedirle a mis colegas que si tienen preguntas o comentarios para el personal. Creo que no hay ninguna. Vamos a llamar al estrado al solicitante. Buenas noches. Me gustaría, por favor, proyectar mi presentación de PowerPoint. Disculpe, ¿cuánto cree usted que se demore su presentación? Quizás mis comentarios tomarán menos de 5 minutos y luego tenemos algunos proponentes de la Asociación de Vecinos de Brighton. Uno de nuestros ponentes es hispanohablante y él, con un intérprete quizás le podría tomar tiempo, pero de principio a fin vamos a tomarnos 10 minutos más o menos. Bien, muy bien. Por favor, encienda el reloj y la cuenta regresiva para el señor. Por favor, señora secretaria, y para que quede registrado, usted sabe. Bien, listo. Disculpen, ¿tengo que decir siguiente o puedo controlar el PowerPoint yo mismo? ¿Perdón? Yo le anuncio cuando cambiamos la diapositiva. Póngala, por favor, en modo presentación. Detene, necesita ajustar la pantalla. Disculpas por la demora. Tenemos dificultades técnicas. Por favor, denos un minuto. Alcaldesa, miembros de consejo y alcalde pro tem, para respeto del tiempo de todos esta noche, quizás es mejor que procedamos. Simplemente quería mencionar la propuesta en 1011 Oxford Road. La primera petición fue firmada por 19 de nuestras personas hispanohablantes que viven y trabajan en Brightown, y también una petición firmada por 45 residentes. El- para el registro de este procedimiento, que he declarado eso y esperemos entonces que el PowerPoint ya funcione. Ah, genial. Y devuelven una diapositiva, por favor. Genial. Buenas noches, alcaldesa O'Neill, alcalde pro tempore Middleton, miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Patrick Warren y yo represento Exvolution Law Group y hoy estoy con Fernand Forbat and Associates. Representamos la línea de tiendas de abarrotes Family Fair en Carolina del Norte. Esta es una imagen de una de estas sucursales que está a menos de media milla de mi casa. Eh, y allí también queda la sede principal. Yo, de hecho, he trabajado para ellos durante la última década. Siguiente, por favor. Respecto a estos 4,5 acres entre Carlos de Hammond, mostrados en rojo en esta diapositiva, este es el sitio que aplica a este tema de la agenda. Es importante resaltar que, como ya lo ha mencionado el personal del Departamento de Planeación, que esta zona ha sido destinada para desarrollo comercial y lo ha sido durante 17 años. Recientemente, en el primer trimestre de 2020, se aprobó unánimemente el Assemblies de Carver Street, que aparece en azul al oeste, unidas por All Oxford Road y la extensión también de Carver Street. Carver Street va a coger un número de casas. Y el Departamento de Planeación recomendó la aprobación unánimemente a Welcome Venture Park. Y aquí tenemos una zona de parques mostradas en verde que tiene también un plan de ordenamiento territorial para uso de tierras destinadas a fábricas y para uso industrial. Que yo sepa, esta sería la única opción comercial a una distancia caminable desde las Sembles de Carver Street, que se encuentra en azul. Para ese propósito, yo creo que ustedes noten el comentario grabable número 5, que requiere que el desarrollador instale cruces de peatones en esta vía para que las personas puedan caminar hasta el nuevo Family Fair. No creo que sea correcto que los nuevos residentes lleguen a Carver Street Assemblage y que tengan que manejar 2 a 3 millas para un viaje de ida y vuelta para recoger artículos que tengan que comprar en una tienda de abarrotes. Siguiente, por favor. Si se hace el cálculo y se asume que un solo automóvil llegue al sitio de 120 hogares, multiplicado todo esto, llegaremos a 106,000 viajes de vehículos al año sin buena razón. Otro punto importante para que considere el Consejo es que este sitio fue previamente desarrollado como eh, para albergar la ya famosa por las equivocadas, la tienda Casper. Este Family Bear va a remediar la contaminación producto de ello y eso es por lo cual tenemos un compromiso grabable por el que queremos tener más tránsito de transeúntes en ese sitio. También hemos contratado un científico de suelos que reside en Durham para supervisar esta área, supervisado a su vez por los administradores a nivel estatal. No pudimos llegar a un acuerdo con cada persona sobre todos los temas respecto a este proyecto, desafortunadamente, particularmente con propietarios con Carolyn Craig y Nettle Pickett, ya que ellos permanecen con la autoridad de continuar operando sus restaurantes sin un drive. Muchos de estos restaurantes han incluido también instalaciones para un drive-thru y no veo que esto cambie. Si bien yo entiendo que hay aprensiones por parte de los vecinos acerca de construir un restaurante, yo quiero asegurarles a los miembros del consejo que nadie le importa más ser un buen vecino, tener instalaciones limpias que Family Fair. Family Fair es una empresa con base en Durham, un gran historial de devolverle a la comunidad. Por ejemplo, en diciembre de 2020, 9 meses después de que comenzó la pandemia, se donaron dineros para fomentar el emprendimiento en Carolina del Norte para las universidades. Me gustaría también leer una cita del decano de la Facultad de Negocios. Estamos muy agradecidos con la alianza con Family Fair. La Facultad de Negocios se prepara a sus estudiantes para pensar en el éxito y para convertir a sus estudiantes en los siguientes líderes de negocio, lo que promueve el pensamiento de emprendimiento y lo que marca esto como su misión. También me parece importante aclarar que Family Fair se ha aliado con otras HBCs en Carolina del Norte a nivel estatal, a nivel federal y en Salem también. Tenemos también un interés grande de fomentar alianzas financieras nuestras. Tres cuartas partes de esas tiendas tienen como directores o como jefes a personas que pertenecen a comunidades minoritarias. Queremos que el plan de ordenamiento territorial se promueva. Somos una empresa con base en Durham y queremos proporcionar un uso caminable, amigable para los transeúntes en esta zona. Respetuosamente solicito su aprobación y responderé cualquier pregunta que ustedes tengan. Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias, señor Bracken. Yo tengo a Tim como proponente. Él va a estar disponible para responder preguntas. Sí, bien. Y el señor Dodson también. Y también lo tenemos disponible para hacer preguntas, ¿no? En este momento, personas en la Cámara, quiero darle la atención a la comunidad para sus comentarios. Vamos a comenzar con los proponentes, aquellos que están a favor de este proyecto. Aquí tenemos varias personas que tenemos en la Cámara. Por favor, cuando lea su nombre, se paran en esa baranda de allí y mantengan una distancia razonable entre ustedes. Lorraine Johnson, Iván Arosio, Vanessa Mason Evans y Dana Frederick. Buenas noches, Lorraine Johnson. Ustedes la intérprete. Muy bien. Tiene 2 minutos. No vamos a tener. Muy bien, bienvenidos.
Buenas noches, alcaldesa O'Neill y miembros del Consejo de la Ciudad.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and members of the City Council.
Mi nombre es Ivonne Orozco y he trabajado en Breakdown por los últimos 3 años.
My name is Yvonne Orozco and I have worked at Bracktown for 3 years.
Desde los últimos meses nos hemos reunido con Miss Donna y Miss Vanessa, las líderes de la asociación comunitaria en Breakdown.
For the last couple of months, I have met with Donna and Vanessa, leaders of the Association of the Community of Bracktown.
Nuestra amistad está creciendo a pesar de que la comunicación es un desafío.
Despite the challenges of communication, our friendship has been growing.
Estamos trabajando para crear una voz para la asociación comunitaria de Breakdown que incluya a los residentes y dueños de negocios de habla hispana e inglés.
We are working hard to create a voice for the Association of the Community of Bracktown that includes residents and owners of businesses that speak both Spanish and English.
Me reuní con el equipo del trabajo del proyecto de Family Fair.
I met up with the team working at the project of Family Fair,
Y trabajamos en una petición que nos gustaría compartir con el consejo.
and we have worked on a petition that we would like to share with the council.
El señor Patri ha compartido con el secretario nuestra petición que leeré de la siguiente manera.
Mr. Patrick has shared with you this petition that reads as follows.
Nosotros, los residentes y trabajadores abajo firmantes de Breakdown,
We, the residents and workers undersigned here from Bracktown,
apoyamos la construcción de una tienda de conveniencia familiar, Fair,
support the building of a family fair convenience store here
en el 1110 Old Oxford Road,
at 1110 Old Oxford Road,
en la intersección de Old Oxford en Harlem.
at the intersection of Old Oxford and Hamlin.
Nos gustaría poder comprar gasolina, leche y otras necesidades
We would like to buy gas, milk, and other necessities
en un lugar cerca sin tener que ir a la North Roxborough Street.
at a location nearby without having to go to the North Roxborough Road,
Que está a más de 1,5 millas de distancia.
which is located over 1.5 miles away.
Dado que la familia Fair es una empresa de Durham, sabemos que será una empresa limpia y una tienda atractiva.
Because Family Fair is a Durham company, we know it will be a clean and attractive store.
Esperamos que la Comisión de Planeación y Consejo Municipal apoye nuestra propuesta. Gracias por su tiempo.
We hope the Planning Commission and the City Council will support this new Family Fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Vanessa Mason Evans.
Good evening, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. You'll have
Qué bueno verla. Buenas noches. Va a tener 3 minutos. Por favor, mencione su nombre para el registro. Buenas noches, alcaldesa O'Neill. Yo soy Vanessa Mason Evans. Me gustaría decir que esta ha sido una larga trayectoria. Trabajado fuerte tratando de asegurarnos de que los miembros comunitarios de Westos escuchen, y me gustaría decir que tras trabajar con Eli Milan, e incluso trabajé con ellos, ellos tenían su propia agenda, nosotros no sabíamos que querían ciertas cosas, eso hizo que las cosas fueran confusas. Cuando se trata de trabajar con una comunidad entera, porque trabajaron con toda la comunidad, no solamente con la porción de Brightown. Al escuchar a los residentes decían que no querían nada, que una vez que estuviera construido, se viera reducido el espacio comunal para ellos. Y ustedes saben que Durham está creciendo, todo se está haciendo más estrecho. Ellos querían tener un espacio para poder caminar hasta la estación, o si trabajaban en el Welcome Group, que también trabaja con Durham Tech. Esperamos que los residentes en Brightown y otras áreas de Durham se les pagara de $25 a $45 la hora, porque las personas no están viviendo con un salario digno. A medida que suben los precios, tenemos que tener espacios en el que las personas puedan encontrar buenos trabajos, que puedan caminar hasta la tienda para comprar leche, queso, pan, lo que sea. Y al tener esa tienda en ese espacio, junto con el resto de las casas en el parque, pues queremos ver que haya una tienda de algún tipo en esa área. En nuestras reuniones, Lane y Helena se pusieron de acuerdo en el hecho de que una estación de gasolina, un restaurante, queremos tener un restaurante sin un drive-thru, pero también, como ustedes verán, es lo que van a poner los desarrolladores en este espacio. Lo que estoy diciendo es que tenemos que pensar en lo que quieren los residentes para ese espacio, no solamente que es los desarrolladores. Gracias. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Dana Frederick. Buenas noches, bienvenida. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Tiene 2 minutos también.
Soy residente de Brightown también. Como lo ha dicho Vanessa anteriormente, estamos trabajando con el desarrollador por unos 6 meses ya, en cuáles podrían ser las opciones que se pueden considerar en esa área en particular. El Family Fair Fue algo que acordamos, hablamos con los vecinos, con las personas que viven en ambos lugares, ambos lados de la calle, y yo manejo por ahí. Te puedo decir una cosa, si han manejado por esa zona y se les acaba la gasolina, el lugar más cercano para llegar es Roxborough Road. Si siguen derecho por Old Oxford, no es un lugar muy bienvenido. Entonces, tener una gasolinera en esta área es muy importante. Además, con todas estas nuevas casas que van a construir, va a ser un lugar en donde la gente podrá ir sin tener que viajar una larga distancia. Creo que tenemos que ver más almacenes al detalle, más tiendas mientras construimos esas casas, porque de lo contrario tendremos esas pequeñas comunidades sin pequeños almacenes. Entonces, tenemos que ver el futuro. Esto no es un proyecto de 2 días, estamos hablando de años de proyección. Entonces tenemos que asegurarnos de que todo esté bien. Y con todas esas casas, yo creo que tenemos que ver al futuro. Y creo que el mapa lo mostró claramente. Entonces, gracias nuevamente.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, señora Frederick.
That's all the cards I had for,
Eso es todo lo que tenía para los proponentes en la Cámara. No vamos a los que están en oposición a este proyecto. Secretaria, voy a comenzar con los residentes que están conectados virtualmente. Tengo al señor Randall Evans y al señor Bill Deere. Si ustedes pueden darle la palabra a Randall Evans.
Mr. Evans, good evening. Can you hear me?
Señor Evans, buenas noches. ¿Se escuchan? Sí, señor. ¿Ustedes me escuchan? Sí. Sí, puede hablar un poco más alto. Tiene 2 minutos. Por favor, diga su nombre y la dirección para el archivo y tiene 2 minutos. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches, alcaldesa, alcalde, miembros del consejo. Soy Randall Evans y vivo en 1210 Randall Road, a 2,000 pies de la ubicación de Hamlin. Y yo tengo preocupaciones en torno al tráfico de los transeúntes, especialmente en Oxford. Hay algunas aceras, en Hamlin y Oxford no tienen aceras. Y yo he manejado por esos lugares por la noche. Es cuando me preocupa más, porque solamente entendí que estaban ahí cuando estaba pasando por ellos o antes. Y es algo aterrorizante, yo creo, y es algo que ha podido sentir muchos. Entonces me preocupa la seguridad de las personas y también el estado mental de los conductores que pasan por ahí. Entonces, si nosotros brindamos un lugar para que la gente pueda caminar por esas carreteras, va a ser muy peligroso. Mi familia también está preocupada por la falta de luz en la área y sentimos que tenemos muchas opciones cercanas, ya sea en Roxborough, a Roxborough y también en Red Mill, dependiendo en qué dirección estén yendo. Normalmente manejamos por una de esas dos direcciones cuando vamos camino a casa. Y nos gustaría algo más bonito para reemplazar a Little League Field y este lugar icónico que ha estado ahí por mucho tiempo. Y yo he estado aquí por 7 años y eso sería increíble. Y como parte del Oxford Hamlet Community Efforts, creo que merecemos mejor que un restaurante drive-thru y una estación de gasolina. Más bien sería un lugar donde podamos ir a almorzar y sentarnos y hablar y conversar y compartir tiempo. Eso sería fabuloso. Algo que encaje con el carácter de nuestro barrio y supla nuestras necesidades. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Muchas gracias, señor Evans, por acompañarnos esta noche. Secretaria, la próxima persona que tengo aquí es Billy D. Si le dan la palabra a Billy. Billy, ¿me escuchas? Sí, ¿me escuchan? Sí, te escuchamos. Gracias por acompañarnos. Tiene 2 minutos, por favor, diga su nombre y dirección para el archivo y después tiene 2 minutos. Gracias. Muy buenas noches, alcalde, alcaldesa, miembros de consejo. Soy Billy D. Vivo en 110 Hamlin Road. Eso es un poco más cerca, Está a una cuadra del lugar de la construcción y me gustaría hablar sobre lo que dijeron antes. Escuché de personas de Bragtown que están interesados en los trabajos y lugares de reunión para la comunidad, y lugares de negocios que podrían abastecer a esta comunidad que está creciendo rápidamente. Yo tengo una preocupación de que Family Fare y los restaurantes no dan trabajos con salarios dignos. Un trabajo era de 11 horas, $11 ahora en Family Fare. Yo sé que es una franquicia, pero el promedio del sueldo es de 8 a $10 por hora. Y Cookout, que es otro restaurante con drive-thru, paga unos $10 por hora, más o menos en promedio. Y quería decir que si queremos, que deberíamos de pensar sobre una forma visionaria de ver este desarrollo, este trabajo, y debería ser bueno tomar en cuenta unos buenos sueldos y lugares donde la comunidad se pueda reunir. Y también debemos de pensar sobre cómo podemos hablar sobre los transeúntes, que es un tema bastante cercano a mi corazón, porque yo acabo de perder mi perro hace unos días. El tráfico ha aumentado tanto en Hamlin Road, que es una pequeña calle de 2 vías con tráfico pesado. Mi perro lamentable salió por un momento y fue muerto rápidamente por el tráfico y me tocó esperar a que la gente pudiera detenerse para yo poder agarrar el cuerpo de mi perro. Y la otra semana también un marranito murió. Señora, ese es todo el tiempo que tiene. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros esta noche. Gracias. Ahora vamos a darle la palabra a cuyos nombres mencionamos que están en la cámara, digamos, digan su nombre, dirección, cada uno tiene 2 minutos. De la bienvenida a Helena Craig, Valerie Valentine y Edith Whitted. Comencemos con esos 3. Qué pena, tengo algunos problemas técnicos aquí, aunque son pequeños. Qué pena. ¿Podemos darle el turno a otra persona porque no encuentro las notas? No tengo mis notas aquí. No sé a qué me van a llamar en el orden. Sí, démosle el turno a otra persona. Valerie Valentine. Buenas noches, alcalde, alcaldesa y miembros del consejo. Soy Valerie Valentine y por 15 años he vivido en 1150 Golden Crest Drive, que está en Hamlin Road. Mi hogar está es una preserva de Liquid Creek que es diversa, pero también es de una subdivisión minoritaria de 180 hogares en un cuarto de milla del desarrollo. A cuarto de milla del desarrollo. Les pido que voten no al plan de los restaurantes y bombas de gasolina. Esto parece estar fuera de línea con la ciudad del condado y los planes del gobernador Cooper para tener ambientes sostenibles. Bajo el gobierno progresivo, Durham ha reducido las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero desde el 2007 y este desarrollo va a echarnos para atrás, aumentando las emisiones y reduciendo la calidad del aire de los residentes. Cuando estoy en mi casa y pongo estaciones de gasolina o restaurantes, recibo más de 12 estaciones de gasolina y 16 opciones de comidas rápidas en un radio de 3 millas de mi casa. En los últimos años he viajado por fuera de ese radio de 3 millas para poder llegar a nuestros parques, a las piscinas favoritas, a lugares de cuidado, a ver una película o simplemente a estar en un restaurante donde pueda ir con mi familia. Y este lugar merece más que ser un lugar de detención entre 2 puntos. Para entender el punto de ir a 500 a 3,700 viajes al día, consideren que Hamlin ya es hogar del School for Creative Studies, el departamento de buses y el relleno sanitario. Esta es la primera vez que me pongo un desarrollo en esta carretera de 2 carriles que no ha sido programado para ninguna mejora de DOT. Los residentes de Old Oxford Hamlet merecen desarrollos que sean una inversión en la salud de largo plazo y también la seguridad. Queremos tener espacios comunitarios que se basen en la historia, cultura y carácter de nuestro barrio y que estén alineados con prácticas sostenibles. Muchas gracias, aprecio su intervención. ¿Está lista ya? Buenas noches, tiene 2 minutos. Buenas noches, alcalde, alcaldesa, miembros del consejo. Soy Helena Craig y tengo una casa en el 1016 Oxford Road que está cerca al proyecto del que están hablando. Estoy en solidaridad con mis miembros que han participado antes que yo y otros que no pudieron llegar esta noche. Y este no es el tipo de desarrollo que nosotros queremos ver. Entonces les pedimos que voten no. Esta área ha sido históricamente víctima de baja inversión y se puede invertir en este área. Infortunadamente, este primer desarrollo y esta propuesta que vino ante este cuerpo ha estado subdesarrollada desde el 2019 y es muy céntrica, mientras todas las visiones de Durham para el 2022 querían reducir la dependencia en la gasolina y crear espacios para caminar. Esto no tiene sentido en el 2022 para empezar un plan de desarrollo que removería cualquier posibilidad de tener residencias innovadores o desarrollos de uso mixto que puedan servir a la comunidad. Mis vecinos y yo les pedimos esta noche que reconocen que nosotros merecemos desarrollos y servicios mejores que el menor denominador común. No necesitamos lugares como una bomba de gasolina, necesitamos un restaurante para sentarnos. Les pedimos que sueñen con nosotros, sueñen mejor y más grande para nosotros y que tengan mejores propuestas en vez de tener un cheque en blanco para esto. Mucho como el proyecto que vino de la primera rechazo del Carver Street Assemblage y también el lugar de parqueo. El equipo debe escuchar a la comunidad que puede representar sus clientes futuros. Honestamente, esperamos que puedan compartir nuestros sueños para que tengamos una comunidad que salga adelante y no solamente que sobreviva. Muchas gracias, señora Craig. Edith Whitty, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Nombre y dirección, tiene 2 minutos. Muchas gracias. Soy Edith Whitty y estoy aquí, estoy en 927 Colonial House Drive y eso está a menos de 1 milla de esta ubicación. He vivido en esta área toda mi vida. Y siento que esa es una oportunidad para que Durham desarrolle esta área de una mejor manera, un desarrollo comunitario en donde las familias puedan reunirse. Anteriormente solíamos tener un campo de béisbol que estaba pasando en la calle, también teníamos una cancha de básquetbol y una cancha de tenis y ahora no tenemos nada. Sí, si podemos tener algo que pueda reunir a la comunidad, sería muy bueno para que podamos congregarnos. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Ahora tenemos a Burger Brothers, Larissa Stroud, Claire Chaltney y Eric Umberg. Cada uno tiene 2 minutos. Digan su nombre y dirección. Gracias por venir. Buenas noches. Soy Amber Bergen Brothers. Vivo en Elijah's Farm, ubicada en la 1016 Old Oak First Road. He estado en Durham por 22 años. Buenas noches, alcaldesa, alcalde pro tem, miembros del consejo. Quiero que voten en no para la aplicación ante ustedes. Elijah's Farm es un pequeño negocio de mujeres que se enfoca en productos orgánicos y champiñones con la intención de para apoyar a la comunidad. Anteriormente, el pozo de mi finca fue contaminado por la última bomba de gasolina que está vecina mía al lado de la tienda. No tengo la fe de que poner otra bomba de gasolina en el mismo lugar ahora vaya a llevar a un resultado diferente. Y dadas los problemas con la falta de alimentos en Durham y la reducción del área cultivable, es bueno saber que cualquier negocio que afecte a la comunidad de los negocios del área. Aún más, los residentes futuros de la comunidad de Oxenham merecen mejor desarrollo que una bomba de gasolina y restaurantes drive-thru. Queremos espacios comunitarios que les sirvan a nuestras necesidades y que vayan con el carácter del barrio. Un restaurante, por ejemplo, o algo que no nos dé más alimentos procesados y bebidas azucaradas. Tal vez tengo sesgo porque soy una granjera. Los negocios propuestos no mejorarán la comunidad que ya está saturada de gasolineras y alimentos de comida rápida. Estos negocios también van en contra de las inversiones que Durham County ya ha hecho en granjas en el área. Y yo, como otros en el área, nos han dado subvenciones de infraestructura para mejorar nuestras fincas para poder servir a la comunidad. Y estoy de acuerdo en que necesitamos proponer para desarrollos futuros, pero otra estación de gasolina, otra opción de comidas rápidas, le pido a los desarrolladores que vayan nuevamente y hagan un esquema nuevo porque todos merecemos una mejor opción. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Larissa Stroud. Buenas noches, gracias. Nombre y dirección, tiene 2 minutos. Soy Larissa Stroud y no vivo en la comunidad, pero sí tengo amigos que viven ahí, he hablado con ellos y apoyo a mis hermanos y hermanas acá. Su dirección, 453 Hallman Road en Durham. Y apoyo a mis hermanos y hermanas acá, pidiéndoles que vuelvan a planear y hagan algo que sea más orientado a las familias, algo que mejore a la comunidad y que supla sus necesidades en esas áreas en vez de tener una estación de gasolina y restaurantes de drive-thru. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Clara Shelton. Buenas noches, gracias por acompañarnos. Diga su nombre y dirección, tiene 2 minutos. Buenas noches, alcalde, alcaldesa y miembros del consejo. Soy Claire Charney y vivo en 224 Riley Drive y he vivido por casi 2 años ahí. En mi casa está ubicada a media milla de distancia del lugar propuesta y todos los días paso por esa intersección por medio de mi automóvil para llegar en cualquier lugar, para llegar a mi trabajo, para ir al centro, para llegar al 85. También monto en bicicleta, corro por esa área. Eh, Soy operadora de una pequeña granja en nuestra casa y ahí vivo con mis hijos. Y quiero decir que tengo eh, muchas ganas de mejorar esta comunidad y planeo estar aquí por mucho tiempo. Y quiero que voten no en esta propuesta. El barrio, los residentes de este barrio, como lo han escuchado, merecen algo mejor que una bomba de gasolina y un drive-thru. Hay muchas de estas opciones ya disponibles en esta área. No hay una falta de esos servicios. Entonces, cuando se presenta la oportunidad de desarrollar algo nuevo, ¿qué tal si priorizamos a las personas y espacios para la comunidad en vez de vehículos y lo que viene con los vehículos? Como ciudadanos deberíamos de estar alejándonos de estas prioridades centradas en los automóviles. Como decimos, hablamos sobre cosas que nos sirvan mejor y que vayan en línea con el carácter de esta ciudad, como servicios veterinarios, un restaurante para sentarnos, un parque u otros espacios verdes, en cualquier lugar donde puedas llevar a tus niños. No tiene que ser una estación de gasolina y definitivamente no tiene que ser un restaurante drive-thru. El desarrollo puede ser positivo para la comunidad, puede priorizarnos a nosotros los residentes, quienes están ahí todos los días, quienes están cerca de ese lugar todos los días, como también la comunidad en general. La propuesta actual no solamente beneficia a una persona, honestamente, que es el dueño de la tierra. Le pedimos al Consejo de la Ciudad de que vote no. Gracias. Muchas gracias, Claire. Eric Humberg. Buenas noches, gracias por acompañarnos. Tiene 2 minutos. Nombre y dirección. Gracias por recibirme. Soy Eric Unberg. Estoy en el 224 Riley Drive. Y estoy de acuerdo con todo lo que dijo mi esposa. Pero hay unas preocupaciones que tal vez no se han tocado. Y tal vez yo sea la única persona que le preocupa eso. Es que hay 2 plantas raras en ese lugar. Y esas poblaciones han sido destruidas en Old Alford Road, pero hay 2 de estas plantas ahí. Los planes de desarrollo que involucren el mantenimiento de un hábitat o espacios verdes van a ser bienvenidos. Y también me gustaría reiterar cuántas opciones existen para estaciones de gasolina y ese tipo de cosas cerca. Si busco Family Fare en mi teléfono, tengo 2 resultados en 4 minutos de distancia. Distancia de manejando. En la gasolinera todo el mundo va a manejar a ese punto. Están hablando de una comunidad para transeúntes y esto va en contravía de eso. Ya que son trabajos de 25 a 45 dólares por hora. Eso es una fantasía. También me gustaría mencionar que algunos de los otros lugares que han tenido situaciones en donde la comunidad se opuso al desarrollo y el resultado en negocios locales como Sofía's Pizza, que me encanta, y Gear Street Garden, que no me interesa para nada, pero es un mundo heterogéneo y eso hace que Durham sea más interesante. Eso es todo.
Muchísimas gracias. Luego tenemos a McKenna Haled, Patricia Martin, Kimberly Warren. Buenas noches a todos. Digan su nombre y su dirección para el registro. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Gracias. Y gracias por la conversación acerca de Grateful. Qué bueno estar aquí. Mi nombre es McKenna Howlett y yo sé que tengo que decirle hola a todos, entonces hola a todos. Pero también me gustaría decir aloha. Yo soy nuevo aquí. Me mudé a este vecindario hace 6 meses de Hawái, por eso les digo aloha. Y quiero decir que en el poco tiempo que llevo aquí, encontré una comunidad de personas que tienen un propósito y una preocupación legítima de su vecindario. Y eso significa mucho para mí. Lo que les he escuchado decir una y otra vez es que no les interesa la estación de gasolina o el sitio de comidas rápidas. Yo tampoco, pero mi voz no está fuerte como la de ellos. Ellos han vivido aquí mucho tiempo. Sin embargo, mi voz está para decir que yo les entiendo porque yo vengo de un sitio que tenía muchos sitios de comida rápida y muchas estaciones de gasolina. Y eso nunca fue bonito. Reemplazábamos tierras agrícolas hermosas y otras cosas importantes para la comunidad. No sé, odiaría que esto sucediera aquí, ya que soy nueva y fantaseo pues acerca de qué tan fabuloso puede ser este sitio y no lo quisiera ver arruinado. Hay muchas otras cosas que se pueden poner en esa misma ubicación. No sé qué son, pero quizás podrían tener un enfoque mayor en la comunidad, quizás un enfoque mayor en el disfrute comunitario y sería también mejor para el planeta tener una relación como más estrecha de vecinos y más pura y que la gente no arroje basuras a la carretera. Bueno, habiendo dicho eso, aloha. Gracias. Bienvenida a Durham. Patricia Martin. Hola, mi nombre es Patricia Martin. Me gustaría decirle buenas noches a todos. Yo vivo en 830 Carlin Drive y yo he vivido en esta comunidad desde 1993. Compré varias parcelas en esta área y eso me ha permitido mudar a mi familia de áreas de proyectos públicos a estos hogares. Me preocupa que construyan una estación de gasolina en esta área y también me preocupa que construyan un restaurante con un drive-thru. Como propietaria de tierras aquí, como residente de aquí, me preocupa cómo el desarrollo va a afectar el agua. Todas mis propiedades están abastecidas de agua, agua de pozo. ¿Cómo es que esta situación se va a ver afectada por la escorrentía? No me preocupa que los desarrollos traigan recursos o mejoras a la comunidad. Lo que sí me preocupa es cómo este desarrollo en particular nos afectará a la larga, cómo afectará a nuestra comunidad después de que ya se ha secado la pintura fresca, por así decirlo. ¿Cómo, en qué condición estará la comunidad en este momento? Eso me preocupa y me preocupa también traer negocios a nuestra área que ayudarán a construir nuestra comunidad, que haga que nuestra comunidad sea segura y emprendedora. Me gustaría también señalar que cuando escuché la conversación acerca de una estación de gasolina que estuviera tan lejos, pues de hecho, está a distancia de caminata de todas esas casas y apartamentos. Una estación de gasolina de Sheets ya está en esa área. Allí tenemos un Panera Bread y otros restaurantes de comida rápida. Yo he caminado esa distancia desde que abrió hace unos años y la he caminado gastando 45 minutos solamente de ida y de venida. Y allí consigo comida y cualquier otra cosa. Entonces, por favor, no permitan que se construya una estación de gasolina en mi comunidad. Muchas gracias. Kimberly Warren. Buenas noches. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Nombre y dirección para el registro, por favor. Mi nombre es Kimberly Warren. Mi dirección es 826 Carbon Drive. Ah, soy vecina de Edith y de Patricia. Yo soy propietaria de esa casa en la que he vivido durante 29 años. Les pido que voten en la solicitud ante ustedes. Todo nuestro vecindario, mi, ho- mi hogar, depende de pozos privados y de estanques sépticos. Me preocupa el riesgo a la calidad del agua al desarrollarse una estación de gasolina cercana. Anoche escuché que la propiedad ya tiene contaminación y que esta se puede esparcir con la excavación. También me preocupa el potencial a largo plazo de la filtración de tanques y escorrentía de productos de petróleo y otros químicos. Yo hice que yo hice que se aplicaran exámenes y evaluaciones a la calidad de mi agua. En este momento está segura, pero si se llegara a contaminar, mi hogar se podría volver inhabitable. Y también me preocupa el efecto dañino de la contaminación por tráfico, de luz y del aire. Nos merecemos algo mejor que una estación de gasolina con un drive-thru. En vez de algo que proporcione un peligro para mi hogar y a los de mis vecinos, me gustaría ver planes para para desarrollos que mejoren nuestra comunidad, que mejoren la vida de nuestros amigos y vecinos, algo de lo que nos podamos sentir bien. Muchas gracias. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Natalie Pickett, Sylvia Williams, Benjamin Harris y Maggie Sullivan. Buenas noches a todos. Tendrán 2 minutos. Nombre y dirección para el registro, por favor. Buenas noches, alcaldesa, alcalde pro tem y miembros del consejo. Yo soy Marilyn Pickett. Yo vivo en 1111 en Parallel Road, que queda a 1000 pies de esa propiedad. Les pido que voten no en la solicitud ante ustedes. Estoy aquí con muchos de mis vecinos, de los que ya han escuchado, como parte de la coalición de la comunidad Hatford Holmley. Todos vivimos a una distancia conducible de 3 minutos de este desarrollo y lo hacemos todos los días. Nosotros somos residentes del condado, nosotros somos granjeros, muchos de nosotros tienen ganado. Vivimos donde vivimos, sabemos que el crecimiento se avecina en nuestra comunidad. Estamos pidiendo entonces que este crecimiento sea intencionado y pensado. Queremos que esta propiedad añada valor a nuestra comunidad y que se hagan espacios orientados para las personas. Acaban de publicar el mapa de ordenamiento territorial y que muestra que este espacio está para servicios vecindarios. Les describe como, y cito, proporcionadores de servicios para la comunidad cercana, tales como cuidado infantil, espacios comunitarios, oficinas y tiendas pequeñas. Nosotros somos esos residentes y eso es lo que estamos pidiendo, pero eso no es lo que este solicitante planea entregar. Se ha dejado muy en claro que como el presidente de una de estas franquicias, él quiere construir una estación de gasolina si lo dejan. Pedimos que este uso sea restringido en el plan de ordenamiento territorial y la mayoría de mis vecinos están en contra del desarrollo de una estación de gasolina. Hace años, la ciudad invirtió varios miles de dólares para construir la extensión Carbon Street para que se pudiera desarrollar esta área. Yo quiero creer que ellos tenían una visión mayor para esta esquina que simplemente otro restaurante de comida rápida y otra estación de gasolina. Los residentes de la comunidad de Oxford Hamlin merecen algo mejor. Queremos espacios orientados para la comunidad que sirvan nuestras necesidades y que encajen en el carácter del vecindario que queremos. Gracias. Gracias a usted. Sylvia Williams. Buenas noches, tiene 2 minutos. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Buenas noches, alcalde, alcalde pro tem y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Sylvia Williams y yo vivo en 1017 Old Oxford Road, que queda a 300 pies de la propiedad del desarrollo. Quiero que voten no en la solicitud ante ustedes por las siguientes razones. Este desarrollo va a incrementar la cantidad de tráfico en una sección ya peligrosa de Old Oxford Road. Simplemente salir de mi driveway ya es un tema de seguridad, con vehículos en alta velocidad y una curva ciega. Imagínense añadir más tráfico y más congestión con una estación de gasolina y un restaurante con drive-thru. Y hablando de estaciones de gasolina, esto traería polución adicional a nuestro ambiente con a camiones que se abastecen y que se abastecen de diésel. Esto cambiará con el incremento de la cantidad y con el ruido. La polución del aire y del ruido son importantes para nuestro medio ambiente, para todos y sabemos que nosotros merecemos un mejor desarrollo que una estación de gasolina y un drive-thru. Queremos espacios orientados a la comunidad que sirvan nuestras necesidades y que encajen con el carácter de nuestro vecino. Las personas necesitan vivienda asequible, parques, sitios donde disfrutar la naturaleza y ese espacio se puede utilizar para mejorar nuestras relaciones comunitarias. Gracias por su tiempo y gracias por todo lo que hacen. Gracias a usted por estar con nosotros esta noche. Benjamin Harris, buenas noches. Nombre y dirección para el registro. Tiene 2 nombres. Benjamin Harris. Buenas noches a los alcaldes y a los miembros del consejo. Yo también vivo allí, al 1000 pies. Y todo lo que yo escribí ya se ha dicho. Ya está muy claro que la propuesta en este momento, si se aprueba, sería a expensas de los miembros de nuestra comunidad. Todas nuestras casas quedan en ese sitio que mostró el señor McNamara. Eh, Todas quedan en esa zona y a ninguno de nosotros nos gusta. Queremos algo mejor, nos merecemos algo mejor. Quiero que vengan desarrollos nuevos a nuestra comunidad. Hay, de hecho, un proyecto de desarrollo para un edificio de apartamentos. Me emociona tener más vecinos y quiero que las personas puedan comprar artículos para el hogar baratos y asequibles. Chipotle, Panera, pero ya tenemos demasiadas estaciones de gasolina. Yo también quiero que tener algo que añada a nuestra comunidad que ya no esté ahí. Ya tenemos estaciones de gasolina, muchas. Pues ustedes no escuchar de esto durante un minuto. Esa propuesta podría ser mucho mejor para las personas que ya han vivido aquí, las que viven ahí. Pues muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Maggie Sullivan, nombre y dirección para el registro, por favor. Hola, yo soy Maggie Sullivan. Yo vivo en 821 Colonial Heights Drive y he estado viviendo allí durante 15 años. Buenas noches, alcaldesa, alcalde pro tem, miembros del consejo y el resto de los duramitas. A todos nos importa Durham. De cierta manera, todos queremos que el desarrollo suceda, pero esto no es lo correcto, no es lo correcto para el área, no es lo correcto para ese espacio en particular. Las áreas locales de los residentes de la comunidad de Oxford Hamlin merecen algo, porque ahí ya había algo. Había un campo de béisbol, allí la gente se podía congregar. Mis 2 problemas principales con esto son la basura y el tráfico. Porque yo he llamado al condado al menos 2 veces al año por personas que arrojan neumáticos y colchones. Hay restaurantes incluso a los que nos pueden ir. No necesitan un restaurante de comida rápida en el área inmediata porque la basura lo prueba. Esa es mi preocupación. Y otra preocupación es la cuestión de seguridad respecto al tráfico. Eso es muy transitado y allí hay una curva. La gente baja por Old Oxford a velocidades inauditas. A mí casi me atropellan en la extensión. Había una luz verde. Justo después de la luz verde, quizás la persona que venía conduciendo no me esperaba. Hay mucho para que alguien se lastime muy seriamente en esa área. Consideren caminar a un sitio que no tiene aceras. Es una preocupación de seguridad para mí. Y la falta de el efecto que esto tiene en los espacios verdes, hay mucho potencial en ese sitio. La gente ha hablado en qué tan cerca quedan las granjas, las zonas de las otras. Y otro restaurante sería bienvenido, simplemente no otro restaurante de comida rápida que produzca más basura y el tráfico. El tráfico para mí es muy importante. Y olvídense de salir a las 8 o 9 en la mañana. Hay que girar hacia la derecha, luego a la izquierda para salir de Old Oxford. Y más complicaciones de tráfico serían un verdadero desastre. Muchas gracias. Ya no tengo más indicados, ya no tengo más oponentes. Señor Biker, los oponentes se tomaron un poquito de 30 minutos, ustedes se tomaron 11 minutos. ¿Quieren responder a algo de lo que se ha mencionado? Muy brevemente, alcaldesa, alcalde pro tem, represento al solicitante. De nuevo, quiero mencionar que este sitio ya está poluto porque había ventas de gasolina en la antigua tienda Casper. La única manera en la que se pueda remediar esa contaminación del suelo es que se haga otro desarrollo allí. En términos de direccionamiento ambiental, tenemos un compromiso grabable que, eh, que indica que este desarrollo tiene que detener la polución en ese sitio. Y también quiero mencionar, por ejemplo, Panera Bread. Yo he trabajado con Panera Bread y Panera no es un restaurante de comida rápida. El, el más reciente Panera Bread con el que yo trabajé tiene un drive-thru. Ciertamente no tenemos ningún deseo de que haya arrojo de basuras en el área. Por eso es que ilustré a Family Fair, porque Family Fair tiene mucho control de sus operaciones. Si hay un restaurante y hay basura, el primero que va a tener que lidiar con eso es el presidente de Family Fair. Él normalmente niega licencias a esas propiedades, entonces seguro que él va a tener una cláusula para que tenga consecuencias muy duras si el sitio no está limpio y si no se opera bien de manera que toda la comunidad puede estar orgullosa de ello. En términos de caminabilidad, yo quiero mencionar que vamos a hacer aceras para conectar el Carbon Street Assemblage a esta ubicación. Llevar interconexiones. Ciertamente compartimos el deseo de que este sitio sea un foro comunitario, pero la realidad del mercado es que tenemos que tener instalaciones drive-thru. Me encantaría que este fuera un tercer lugar para que las personas se congreguen y pasen el rato. Pero al final del día, si no pueden caminar hasta allí desde Carbon Street Assemblage, no va a, no va a ser lo que quieren las personas en Family Fair en términos de un sitio de reunión comunitaria. Ahora, es una caminata muy larga desde Carbon Street Assemblage. Creo que uno de los ponentes lo mencionó como una caminata de 45 minutos. Con nuestro desarrollo se disminuiría ese tiempo. 15 minutos quizás para ir por pan, por leche, con cualquier artículo esencial que se quiera comprar para la familia. Este es un negocio de Durham. Si hay un problema, esta es una empresa que está en Durham, no está en Atlanta, no está en Chicago, está aquí en Durham. Y les orgullece mucho su larga trayectoria de buen comportamiento. Y quiero responder también a lo del tema de los salarios dignos. Los salarios que se establecen en Family Fair tienen que ser establecidos por el director, no por la sede principal. Eso ya encaja en la Ley Federal del Empleo y pues se paga un muy buen salario, pero estos trabajos son para estudiantes de secundaria, así como mi hijo que trabaja en Chick-fil-A y en ese tipo de restaurantes. Nosotros creemos que este es el uso correcto para esta ubicación. Designado como comercial fue la tienda Casper, según entiendo de algunos afroamericanos, es que desafortunadamente el clima allí pues no era muy agradable para ellos, pero necesitamos remediar esos suelos contaminados y cuando lo hagamos y cuando pongamos una tienda de abarrotes de punta, resolveremos muchas cosas en lo que respecta a la polución del agua. Nos aseguraremos de que el área esté limpia y que proporcionemos algo que, de nuevo, va a ser limpio y ordenado como el resto de Family Fairs que ustedes ven en Durham. Sí, ahora voy a quedar disponible para responder cualquier pregunta que tengan. Eso es básicamente lo que tengo para... Este es un desarrollo en el que nos reunimos con muchas personas durante el último año y medio. Hemos hecho nuestro mejor esfuerzo para tener interacción comunitaria. Hemos tenido desacuerdos, sí, pero hay peticiones firmadas por otras personas en el área que sí apoyaron esta iniciativa por las razones que mencionamos. Estaremos disponibles para cualquier pregunta. Gracias, señor Biker. Esta es una audiencia pública. ¿Alguien en esta sala quiere hacerse escuchar que no haya hablado? Solamente lo preguntaré solo una vez. Ya que no hay nadie, colegas, preguntas para miembros del Consejo. Concejala Hyman, adelante. Hola. Buenas noches. Yo tengo una pregunta y una aclaración respecto a la interacción comunitaria. Usted tiene una petición. Había varias personas que vinieron y que expresaron sus preocupaciones. Entonces, háblenos acerca de su interacción comunitaria. Disculpen porque no recuerdo en en qué sección del reporte del personal aparece. Tuvimos reuniones en persona y virtuales que el señor Cybers y otras personas del equipo de desarrollo, incluso yo, asistimos con vecinos de esta área en general. Generalmente nosotros hacemos publicidad con la Asociación de Vecinos de Brightown y sí, yo diría que hubo varias reuniones virtuales y creo que tuvimos 2 o 3 en persona, que una de ellas en la capilla y en Old Oxford Road, en Wilkins también. Pues de nuevo, un proceso bastante largo de interacción comunitaria, 3 reuniones en personas y intentamos contactar con las personas para escuchar sus preocupaciones y también les insistimos que Family Fair es una empresa de larga trayectoria en Durham, ha estado en funcionamiento durante 30 o 40 años y de nuevo es una empresa que con mucho orgullo y que le devuelve a la comunidad.
Mencionó algo sobre tierra contaminada. Sí, el Chatsworth Store vendían gasolina anteriormente y era un ambiente completamente diferente. Vendían gasolina en el Chatsworth Store, en el antiguo, y eso contaminó el suelo. El Chatsworth Store estuvo por ahí por décadas. Y recuerdo cuando cerré, y me disculpo porque no me acuerdo en qué año fue precisamente, pero el Family Fair compró este lugar en el 2007, si no estoy mal, y tumbaron la tienda y ha estado esperando a que sea desarrollada, a que construyan. Y cuando Culver Star Assembly fue aprobado, en conjunto con eso también Family Fair decidió proceder con esta ubicación, ya que tenemos 820 hogares que van a ser construidos por Carver Street. Y ustedes lo compraron y el suelo contaminado. ¿Ustedes hicieron algo antes para decir que van a construir algo ahí o está ahí nomás? ¿Qué han hecho? Sí, tiene sentido remediar esos suelos contaminados en conjunto con el trabajo que se está realizando para construir una nueva tienda. Ah, Así es, sí se hace de una manera económicamente eficiente. Y el suelo contaminado que va a ser excavado para las nuevas instalaciones va a ser transportado a un lugar supervisado en Carolina del Norte, un relleno sanitario para desechos peligrosos. Gracias, miembro del consejo. Colegas, ¿alguien más? ¿Alguna pregunta? Miembro del consejo Freeman. No estoy seguro de a quién hizo la pregunta, pero yo creo que por aquí también un Food Lion en esta área. Sí, está en Old Oxford. Eh, digamos que me emociona mucho sobre la energía para los residentes de la comunidad y parece que hay un split, una división. Y escuché el nombre de Oxford Coalition Something, o Circulation y algo. Es algo nuevo, pero me gustaría saber quién es quién es y qué está sucediendo. Miembro del consejo, ¿a quién se dirigía? No sé quién representa al grupo. Debí saberlo. Oxford Hamley Community Coalition es algo nuevo, no oficial, o sea que no es una organización establecida, pero es un grupo de residentes que estamos trabajando y que se llama Oxford Hamlin Community, que incluye, como le dije, más que todo miembros del condado. Puedo nombrar las calles aquí de pronto con 2 manos. En verdad que es una área muy pequeña, de 300, 400, 500 personas y mucho, pero todos somos vecinos, como lo escuchó, y estamos tratando de reunirnos y pensar sobre lo que se desarrollará en la comunidad, especialmente ya que tenemos algunas preocupaciones específicas como residentes sobre los pozos, las granjas y ganado y otros animales. Sí, yo creo que terminamos o acabamos de iniciar una organización nueva porque sentíamos que no estamos siendo escuchados. y vivimos en un área en donde no tenemos el potencial para ser anexados a la ciudad con nuestro propio dinero. Entonces tenemos que proteger nuestra agua subterránea o de los pozos. Y la mayoría de los miembros acá, si nuestro pozo se contamina, y levante la mano si su pozo ha sido probado históricamente por ser contaminado por ese lugar. Entonces, esto no es algo que nos estamos imaginando. Mi pozo, el de Natalie, aún están siendo monitoreados activamente por DEQ y sentimos que nuestras voces estaban siendo dadas por alto. Y eso es un tema que nos ha afectado permanentemente. Muchas gracias. Gracias, miembro del Consejo Caballero. Sí, me gustaría darle las gracias a todos por los comentarios y tengo algunas preguntas para el señor Biker. Buenas noches. Rápidamente, con el Carver Street Assemblage. Eso es lo que entiendo. Lo que siento que están haciendo, tenía una idea inicial que no, con la que no estaba contenta la gente, pero regresaron y eso es lo que yo consideraría como un codiseño, un proceso codiseñado, que hubo muchas reuniones comunitarias y las personas se reunieron de tal manera que las personas pudieron ser escuchadas y las sugerencias fueron incorporadas en el desarrollo. Lo que escucho de los residentes es que esto es un dueño que ha sido dueño de la propiedad ¿desde cuándo? Desde el 2007. Desde el 2007, sí. ¿Y hubo algún tipo de diseños hechos con la comunidad, aparte de las reuniones? Sí, porque el Carver Street Assemblage fue un proceso largo, de muchos años, en donde hubo mucha participación de los residentes que fue implementado en el producto final. Y esto no lo estoy viendo en esta ocasión. Solamente quiero entender eso, esa diferenciación que existe y asegurarme de que mi interpretación no esté equivocada o tal vez estoy malinterpretando algo. Sí, tengo que leer eso para leer los planes. Qué pena con usted. Mis ojos están mal, no son como antes. Bueno, basado en lo que dijeron las personas en los barrios, la propuesta inicial era prohibir las unidades residenciales por la contaminación de la que estamos hablando, como también bares, operadores de juegos electrónicos. Según lo que dijo la comunidad y basado en el judeo y los usos permitidos, nosotros nos basamos en lo que hicieron el uso prohibido deberían de ser despachos de taxis por el ruido y la gente utiliza taxis normalmente por las noches. También se prohíben los despachadores de taxi, tiendas de cigarrillos, tiendas para ventas, lugares de tatuajes y también lugares de bingo. Y esto fue basado en lo que la comunidad nos dijo, lo que la gente en el barrio nos dijo. Yo creo que el impasse ahí fue por el drive-thru con el restaurante. Obviamente deben haber otros problemas que han sido mencionados anteriormente, pero nuevamente este desarrollo tiene toda la infraestructura para los transeúntes requeridos para conectar a la tienda, para que desde Carver Street Assemblage hasta la puerta de este Family Fair está con una acera. Y el desarrollador pagó por la señalética donde se hunde un botón y se tiene el conteo para que se puedan cruzar todas las calles de manera segura. Entonces, tenemos infraestructura para transeúntes y también estuvimos trabajando con esos otros usos y también con el tratamiento del territorio y siento que estas áreas eso no se ve con todos los desarrollos que se hacen y eso fue basado en comunidad, desde Brighttown, las personas que vienen en Hamlin, en toda el área. Entonces, cuando tuvimos las reuniones presenciales, traímos gente de Roxford Road hasta Hamlin, que es un área bastante grande. Gracias. Tengo otra pregunta para aclarar. El dueño de Family Fair, que tiene varios Family Fairs, supongo que tiene varios, no tiene ni idea de que quería poner un Family Fair ahí. Lo que digo es que el dueño, la persona que es dueña de esta propiedad, que es el dueño de varios Family Fairs, ¿correcto? Y no hubo deseo o intento de poner un Family Fair en esa esquina que está en el mapa de uso de suelo. Y dentro del plan comprensivo, este dueño, sí, porque para mí lo que yo estoy escuchando es que hay, yo creo que no es bueno decir que había un diseño incorporado cuando tenemos un dueño que sabía exactamente lo que quería, que era un family fair. Y ha escuchado de otras maneras, que es algo admirable, pero, pero es un área en blanco que está siendo incorporada y hubo una intención de poner ahí un family fair. Sí, claro que sí. Y él compró la propiedad hace unos 15 años, sabiendo que eventualmente iba a haber crecimiento en esta dirección. Entonces, los almacenes, las tiendas, los convenience stores, nosotros tenemos un dicho en nuestro negocio que son que la gente atrae estos tipos de comercios. Y antes no había suficientes casas para poder ponerlo ahí, hoy sí. Quiero decir que para este momento voy a decir que no en caso tal de que los colegas estén en contra y les diré por qué. Y nosotros tenemos, em, y ese es el dilema. Muchos de la presión que hemos sentido en Eastern County es por Bear Creek. Y ese es un hecho. Estamos reaccionando a algo condado. La ciudad respondió poniendo una estación de manera intencional, pero al final del día estamos reaccionando a un desarrollo que nosotros no causamos, nosotros no lo iniciamos. Y en este caso no hay nada de esa presión. Esto es presión que viene simplemente de la comunidad de desarrollo. Y tiene razón, todo el mundo votó para Carver's Street Assemblage y lo usamos como un ejemplo de lo que es posible hacer. Y de igual manera lo que los residentes han dicho y también mucha gente ha dicho podemos hacer un mejor trabajo. Y creo que la comunidad de desarrollo puede hacer algo mejor y puede traernos algo mejor. Si va a ser lo primero comercial que se encuentre, tiene que ser no una repetición de lo que hemos estado haciendo. Yo conozco Corridor, ya les había dicho, yo paso por ese corredor porque yo voy muy a menudo y yo sé exactamente dónde está el Family Dollar y dónde está el Vape Store, la tienda de vapors, y sé que hay diferencias importantes en el sentido de que ya tenemos una línea de bus que pasa por ahí cerca, entonces tener una línea de bus que vaya más lejos aún por Oxford Road para llegar hasta los hogares asequibles y estas zonas de rezonificación que no nos han mencionado todavía. Hay mucho potencial para poder hacer estas cosas bien en el corredor. No creo que lo primero que nosotros digamos que sí sería algo comercial, pero que sea algo que en mi opinión no esté bien hecho. Gracias. Gracias, miembro del consejo. Miembro Williams. Muchísimas gracias, alcalde. Lo que pienso de la ciudad de Durham y donde están las estaciones de gasolina, pienso más bien es donde no deberían estar y pienso sobre lo que construye comunidad y que hace que la comunidad se mantenga junta. Y mientras escucho los comentarios, algo que tiende a suceder, y estas cosas no suceden mucho, o tienden a suceder mucho. No quiero que pensemos sobre, y voy a decir esto con respeto a todo el mundo que ha hablado esta noche. Y como muchos de ustedes, yo normalmente voto a favor del crecimiento. Sin embargo, no creo que digamos que es conveniente ir a comprar algo de comer en una estación de gasolina. Y este barrio es muy parecido a muchos otros barrios en donde las personas pueden simplemente salir a comprar algo de comer en las bombas de gasolina, estaciones de gasolina. Entonces pienso sobre las implicaciones a largo plazo en la salud de esto. Y estaba pensando, cuando estaba pensando sobre conveniencia, estamos hablando sobre aceras también, y porque estamos hablando sobre una estación de gasolina en este caso, en este caso. Ustedes van a conducir hasta la estación de gasolina, no van a caminar. Y yo creo que estamos yendo en la dirección correcta con esto. Yo no creo que hayamos visto el panorama completo. Y aunque yo soy el último en decir eh, y dictar lo que la gente tiene que hacer en sus vidas, yo alentaría a todos de que veamos el panorama completo y veamos cómo podemos construir comunidad Y el consejo se ha creado eh, por una razón, y es para alentar y obtener los mejores resultados posibles para la comunidad. Pero quiero decir que con respecto a los proponentes, nuevamente estamos en una comunidad que es de minorías, en su mayoría, y es una comunidad que está intentando mejorar los sueldos, tanto así que vamos a poner otro restaurante de comidas rápidas, sí, o lo que sea. Yo no creo que tengamos espacio para restaurantes, pero yo creo que no quiero poner estaciones de gasolina y tiendas en la misma conversión, cuando podemos ir hasta medio de una milla, voltear a la derecha o a la izquierda, al lado de Regional, y hay una estación de gasolina de Shell, o ni siquiera una milla de ahí hay otra tienda cerca. Y esa es una oportunidad para poder hacer algo bueno, algo bien hecho. Y yo voy a apoyar, apoyar la creación de comunidad ahí. Pero yo creo que estamos por embarcarnos en una oportunidad en donde vamos a perder una posibilidad. Y lo estoy diciendo yo, que normalmente apoyo mucho este crecimiento. Entonces, y yo sé que Family Fair hace un buen trabajo. Si tú vas a Johnson City, North Carolina, uno de los mejores edificios de ahí son de Family Fair y hacen las cosas bien. Pero pensemos sobre qué podemos hacer en realidad ahí en ese espacio. Son 4 acres y medio. Sí, me alegra que haya dicho eso, señor Williams. De pronto lo que sea apropiado, como lo mencionó, es un lugar de 4,5 acres y Family Fair utilizaría aproximadamente 2 acres. Podría ser menos incluso. Y eso deja que el resto sea aprovechado para otros usos y de pronto un espacio comunitario que sería algo para la comunidad. Por lo tanto, sería bueno continuar trabajando con las personas en Bracktown y en Hamlin Road. Sí, yo apreciaría eso. Traigan algo que sea llamativo para el panorama completo. Yo creo que espero que podamos enfatizar en que estos 4 acres y medio creo que es la única zona comercial con un lugar para caminar, con todo el debido respeto que se merecen todos los que estuvieron hablando, por ejemplo, de Foodland, que queda lejos. Caminar hasta Foodland, por ejemplo, o a The Cheats, eso tomaría toda la tarde. Entonces, eso es algo que podemos, sí, gracias. Aún están yendo a caminar. Yo digo que todavía sigue siendo una bomba de gasolina, una estación de gasolina. Pero tengan presente que en adición a a los 820 casas y el Carter Street Assemblage, hay un potencial también para que haya muchos trabajos en el lado opuesto de esa intersección. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Señor Johnson y colegas, solamente queremos decirle que estamos cumpliendo ya con el horario de 9 y a eso ahora vamos a hacer un break. Señor Johnson, si usted tiene que seguir después del break, puede hacerlo. Muchas gracias. Lo haré rápidamente. Yo creo que esta es la zona correcta para el uso equivocado. Tiene sentido tener un desarrollo comercial en esta esquina. Tendría sentido tener un desarrollo de uso mixto en esta esquina, pero yo creo que la estación de gasolina y un mini mart, e incluso yo manejo un carro que necesita gasolina y voy a mini mart y voy a usar los restaurantes de drive-thru y no tengo ningún problema con ninguno de estos negocios. Y en general, sí, pienso que hay una oportunidad en este lugar para hacer algo mejor, algo que impacte positivamente a la comunidad y que emocione a los vecinos. Ciertamente hay momentos en donde yo voto por cosas que tienen mucha oposición de los barrios, por ejemplo, los hogares residenciales, pero no tenemos una estación de gasolina, escasez de bombas de gasolina ni minimarts. A mí no me parece que tengamos la necesidad de ese desarrollo de una manera desesperada. Entonces, estoy más inclinada a respetar la oposición y las preocupaciones de los residentes en este caso. Y ya que el dueño es Family Fair, me parece difícil que estén desarrollando algo sin una estación de gasolina, pero podría ser posible que puedan proponer algo que incluya otros elementos que van a hacer que la comunidad sea más amigable para que la apoyen. Y creo que podría haber algo de compromiso por parte de ustedes, pero yo creo que esta propuesta no es algo que yo apoyaría esta noche. Gracias. Gracias, señor consejo. Colegas, son las 9 p.m. Voy a llamar a un break hasta las 9:10 p.m. Y comenzaremos nuevamente. Gabo va a regresar a las 9:10 p.m. Gracias.
The development of a new intake and water treatment facility on the western side of Jordan Lake is moving forward as part of the Western Intake Partnership. The partnership is made up of us, Chatham County, Pittsboro, and the Orange Water and Sewer Authority. We are collaborating to build the new facilities to allow each entity to access its Jordan Lake water supply storage allocations, which is an important part of our future water supply. As part of the project, the water treatment process needs to be replicated on a small scale to compare different treatment technologies to confirm treatability and proof of concept. To do that, we, as the lead agency, will be entering into an agreement with the town of Cary for a study to be conducted at the Cary Apex Water Treatment Facility at a cost of $9,000. Essentially, leasing space in Cary's intake facility is the most cost-effective way to conduct the study. More information about the project can be found at westernintakepartnership.com.
So Councilmember Williams, let's get started with you, okay? You represent Ward 3. You're a restaurant owner, an education activist, and a former educator and a school administrator. Now, with all of this experience, what is it that you feel like you bring to the council?
I've lived a life of seeking, throughout this journey of how can I not only be a part of my community, but how can I play my part in making it better, and it was for me retroactively looking back like, wow, I'm actually in a really fortunate situation to be able to have explored from one end of the social spectrum to the other, from education to entrepreneurship, from employee to employer. And from those perspectives, it's like, wow, we get to, be a part of contributing to the solutions.
Councilmember Holzheim, What has for you been the biggest difference between your role in the community and your service on council?
So again, I was behind the scenes doing a lot of volunteering and kind of just boots on the ground work. And I used to say, because I'm a pretty direct person, I used to say, what are they doing? You know, why aren't they making some changes? They know we need housing. They know we have environmental health issues. They know we have all these. And I used to say that. And I used to hold them to a standard of it needs to get done and it needs to get done now. And now as a council member, I am realizing that, you know, government takes time. You know, I'm realizing that there's policies and procedures that sometimes hinder us from making the decisions that maybe other people in the community may think we need to make. And so the only way I can kind of combat that is, first of all, be able to educate myself, to make informed decisions.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/language access. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
Falling behind on your bills? Even if you owe more than you can handle, you still have rights. Most legit debt collectors follow the rules, but bad debt collectors don't. They break the law. So if you get a call like this,
if you don't pay, we will have you arrested and deported.
or this,
This is your final warning. Pay up now or we'll contact your employer and make them pay.
hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission. You have the right to be treated fairly no matter what. That means debt collectors can't use abusive language, threaten violence, or harass you, or call you before 8 in the morning or after 9 at night. They can't lie or pretend to be someone they're not,
I'm an attorney and will take legal action if you don't pay this debt right away.
or get you to pay a debt that doesn't even exist. They can't have you arrested or deported or tell anyone about your debt. Bad debt collectors like to knock you off your guard to get an advantage, create a sense of urgency, and rush you. They'll say anything to get you to pay right now. Instead, hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission at ftc.gov/complaint. We've stopped a lot of bad debt collectors. Help us stop more. For more information about debt collection, visit consumer.gov/debt.
¿Se está atrasando con el pago de sus facturas? Aunque deba más de lo que pueda pagar, igual sigue teniendo derechos. La mayoría de los cobradores de deudas legítimos cumplen las reglas, pero los malos cobradores de deudas no lo hacen, infringen la ley. Así que si recibe una llamada como esta,
Si no paga, lo haremos arrestar y deportar.
o como esta,
Esta es su última advertencia. Pague ya, o nos comunicaremos con su empleador para obligarlo a pagar.
cuelgue el teléfono y reporte el incidente a la Comisión Federal de Comercio, FTC. Usted tiene derecho a ser tratado justamente de todas maneras. Eso significa que los cobradores de deudas no pueden usar lenguaje abusivo, amenazarlo con violencia ni acosarlo. Ni tampoco pueden llamarlo antes de las 8 de la mañana o después de las 9 de la noche. No pueden mentir.
If you come to order in the chamber, please, we're ready to begin. If you come to order in the chamber, please, we're ready to begin. Or resume, I should say.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, colleagues. Welcome back from the break. We're considering with item number 18, consolidated annexation item. We are continuing with any questions or comments from council members. We are still in the public hearing open part. So council members, do you have any questions or comments for any of the proponents, opponents, or the applicant?
Very briefly,
Council member.
very briefly, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
I am in agreement with, I think, 3 of my colleagues that spoke before. I think we can do better at that site.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. And I would agree. And I would say that I believe the applicant mentioned requesting additional time. And I would just like to know how you'd like to proceed with a request or how.
I'm unaware of any request from the applicant for actual extra time. Were you aware of that request?
Yeah, we were just discussing it. We'd respectfully ask
You were discussing it when?
like 60 seconds ago. So during the recess. And so we'd respectfully ask for a 90-day continuance of this so we can work with the neighbors, try to find out what would be appropriate community space and other modifications of this plan that would make it more acceptable and hopefully address the comments that many of the city council members have made.
Thank you for that. I will gauge the will of the council on that request. I did have a question while you were there, and then we will gauge the council very quickly. The first off, I want to say, as is my practice, I do it at the beginning of a public hearing, as in my practice. The organization that I lead is a significant landowner in this area. There's no legal or compelling. I don't have any financial interest. I don't have any financial interest in this. So there's nothing legally that precludes me from participating. But I do like to disclose that the organization that I lead is a significant landowner in this area. With that, you mentioned that you spoke with a number of members of the Latino community in the area, and you had a petition. Did you, and you may not, did you capture how many of them are car owners, or how many of the people you spoke to in the community actually own cars?
My personal experience, Mayor Pro Tem, is most of them are car owners. That's, I believe 19 people signed the petition. I would say the strong majority are car owners, just based on my interactions, meeting them over the last year. We would meet at various places and they would drive up in their personal vehicles. So that's my perspective on it. I'm afraid I can't give you an exact number.
All right, thank you, Mr. Biker. At this time, I'm going to declare the council member.
Sorry, I also want to agree with my colleagues, which is why I started the questioning off with the level of community engagement. And so I also feel that we can do better there. And there needs to be a little bit more community engagement in terms of, I mean, this is their community, and they need to be part of what goes there. So thank you.
Right.
Thank you. I'm going to officially now declare this public hearing closed, and the matter is now back before the council. Council members, did you have any additional questions for staff? We do have a request before us to grant a continuance of this case. Did you have a date certain or a time? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, with the holidays coming up, I would say we should continue it to perhaps your first meeting in February.
Let me,
February 6th.
Thank you. Attorney Rayberg, I'm correct. This is within our purview to grant this if we decide as a council?
It is, Mayor Pro Tem, and that first meeting would be February 6th.
Staff, does the staff have any? That's a thumbs up. That means that we can accommodate. All right. With that, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to, I guess, remand this case back to the staff and schedule for whatever you captured the language.
So moved.
Revisit it. Let me revisit it.
I'll second it.
Meeting in February. I heard a motion from everyone. Councilmember Freeman, is there a second?
I second it.
Her Honor, seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, please close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
So Mayor Pro Tem, can I just get clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you holding it open and continuing it to February 6th, or have you remanded it back to the staff?
I've remanded it back to the staff. Because I did in fact close the hearing. So I think effectively it'll be the same.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you for that though. All right, friends, colleagues, we're moving now to item number 19, consolidated annexation 5202 Leesville Road. And at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening, Brooke Roper at the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning has been received from Laura Holloman of McAdams for 2 parcels of land totaling 22.055 acres and located at 5202 and 5214 Leesville Road. This annexation petition is non-contiguous to the primary corporate city limits. The intent of the annexation is to provide city services for the development of up to 120 townhouse units. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Plan Development Residential 5.441. The Planning Commission recommended denial of this case by a vote of 10-1 on September 13th, 2022. The property identified with PID 193244 is currently identified as low density residential and low medium density residential on the future land use map. The property identified as 193245 is currently designated low density residential on the future land use map. The proposed planned development residential 5.441 zoning is inconsistent with the designated low density residential future land use. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the FLUM to designate this property as low medium density residential. As a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance. And the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you very much for the report. Colleagues, are there any questions for staff from council before I open up the public hearing? I have a question. I have a question about language, about some of these memos. At our last meeting, I raised a question about some verbiage and phraseology from staff that, at least in my reading, seems to have shifted places. So it's not in the memo anymore, but if you look at the tables under alternatives, you've got fire, you've got planning, you've got police, you've got public works, you've got solid waste. I've been reading these for years. I'm used to a particular type of language, particularly in the tables. So in fire under expenses, it says the property is located 0.3 miles from City of Durham Fire Station 17, which is within the department certification standards. There have been 8 previous annexations within this fire district for this calendar year. While this additional volume independently will not result in additional fire department needs, the cumulative effect of continued annexation in the area will result in significant needs for the department. This annexation would require a portion of a new fire truck and additional FTEs. That last line is what I'm accustomed to seeing in these charts. So my question is, who wrote this?
I'm going to defer to, I think we have some folks from the fire department here who might be able to answer that. We have been working on kind of updating our language and staff memos, so.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Bob Zoldis, and I have the pleasure of serving as your fire chief. To answer your question, fire department staff does write these. We do a physical impact study every time there's a new development, annexation, and so forth. What you're seeing here, we started a few years ago to do a cumulative effect to actually add up what it costs to do a true impact on the fire service. And the language here is about a cumulative effect on the fire service.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, Chief, and good to see you. I guess what I don't know if it's a concern. I guess my question is, when is this ever not true? That annexations will always, by definition, require more capacity and more weight. And I guess what I'm concerned about is it seems a bit editorial coming from staff. When we decide to annex as a council, we know that as more people come, we need more police, we need more capacity to pick up garbage, we need more roads, we need more stuff, hospital beds, what have you. Fire is not exempt from that, and fire is not exotic. So I guess it didn't used to read, and I don't know if this is done in conjunction with planning, but I guess just moving forward, the council's aware of what the implications of growth are. We know that growth implies more capacity. We get that. I guess in part of my, I think, responsibility to the staff is to insulate you and exempt you from the type of conversations we get into with residents and citizens. And this has been a really good document at doing that historically. But it seems to me that the language that I raised questions about in a different part in the memo, just seemingly, at least in spirit, has changed places somewhere else. And I don't know what the remedy of that ultimately is going to be, but this isn't for you personally, Chief. This is the planning department and everybody. I just want to, just lean in and advise staff to read it out loud and make sure that it doesn't seem to be straying into the line of editorial, as opposed to the expert, empirically based, data-driven input that we've been getting in these things for years. We know that continued annexation results in more needs. That's by definition, that's what annexation does. Not just on fire, but in all areas. So I put that, not to you personally, Chief, but to the staff in general as we move forward. I hope that particularly this part of the document, this science, empirical kind of based charts will get more back to that, and that we would, be aware that the council is well aware of what the implications of increased annexation is. And again, Chief, that's not for you personally. Thank you. That's all I have. Colleagues, any other questions for staff? Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah. Thank you. I have appreciated the residential units in Southeast Durham, that little table that's been added at some point somewhat recently. Because we've been actually getting proffers of units for affordable housing units, could we start including those numbers as well in the staff memo so that we can start tracking how many units we're getting?
I'm seeing a head nod from Sarah, so
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Oh, Councilman Freeman. I'm sorry, Councilman Freeman.
Yeah, I was just trying to get some clarity because I'm looking at the fire, police, and solid waste and public works kind of content, and I'm trying to see where you feel like it's more editorial versus those. So I'm just trying to understand. I'm following the line of thought there.
Question for me? My question was a reflection on my history of reading these documents for years. I have never seen a staff suggest to us what the cumulative effects of annexation would be. It seems a rather obvious observation. We're grown on the council. We understand what that annexation by definition means, more capacity. I don't want the staff, I want to insulate the staff from any speculation whatsoever by members of the public that in any way that even appears that they're putting the thumb on decisions which do not rest with them. The decisions rest with the elected body of the city. And I want the staff to be protected from it. It's part of our job to insulate them from that. And to kind of say, well, if you guys keep doing this, you're going to need more resources. Yes, we know that. Because the opposite of that is, well, if you stop doing it, you won't need more resources. And that's straying, at least in my assessment, that's straying into the realm of policy making rather than execution of policy, which is their job. Policy making is our job. So I appreciate the question.
And just a follow-up. So in that instance, would it be, I guess, more objective to say the exact approximate cost?
The last line, I think, this annexation would require a portion of new fire truck and additional FTEs. That's helpful to me because that tells me if I say yes, what do we need to do it? And if I say no, then that's what we would have needed to remind me that, hey, if you keep doing this, you're going to need, more stuff in the future, which is, at least to me, seems obvious. I think that the last line to me, this is what it used to look like. that last disannexation line. And we can go back and read, these things over the years. This just reads very differently than the ones I've read over the years. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I did just want to address that matter very briefly. We have been reviewing the writing that you see in these items, but I would draw your attention to attachment K, which is an item in this particular case that really is a cost benefit analysis. So even though there are words that are on in the memo, all of those words from the analysis have been turned into numbers. So we are going to make sure that in going forward, when we are actually putting the financial impact in any words, that we are referencing them directly to the numbers that have been calculated in order to cover the costs that are being projected over the time frame that you see here, which is about 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
And
Manager.
I would just add one additional comment to staff is that I'm not sure how you would transmit that type of information to say in a case that there's been 8 in the area, but that I think is helpful. And I don't know where you would include that, where it doesn't come across as subjective or editorial, but something that does, I don't want to lose that piece is what I'm saying.
No, the point is well made, Councilmember. Of course, every vote we take is public record. and we can count the number of votes we've cast as a council. Thank you. Council members, any other questions for staff before we open the public hearing? All right, at this time, I want to declare the public hearing open on item number 19, Consolidated Annexation, Leesville Road. I'm going to ask the applicant to please come. Mr. Biker, how much time do you anticipate needing for your initial presentation?
Approximately 5 minutes, sir.
Madam Clerk, if you put 5 minutes on the clock, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Biker with Morningstar Law Group, 2614 Stewart Drive here in Durham. Along with me tonight for this agenda item are Laura Holloman and Jeremy Finch of McAdams, as well as Matt Christensen and James Tucker with the development team. For this agenda item, I wish to start with the community engagement for this project. Obviously, we had the required neighborhood meeting, but there actually have been a lot of conversations with nearby property owners about various issues as well. Early on in this project's life cycle, a survey of the property discovered that an existing driveway encroached onto the southern edge of the property. That driveway serves 3 or 4 parcels to the south of the site we're considering tonight. Generally speaking, the appropriate fix for this type of issue would be for the folks who use that driveway either to move the driveway off of what's not their property or buy an easement for it. Either one of those options would definitely have some monetary cost. I'm here tonight to brag on my clients because what they did after that initial neighborhood meeting and meeting with these neighbors was to go back to the drawing board. They redesigned their project and then they went forward with giving this land with a driveway on it to the adjacent property owners. To effectuate that donation, the developer here submitted an exempt recombination plat, which was approved in February. My point here is that the applicant team really has done a lot to resolve that driveway issue in favor of our next door neighbors. Additionally, we also met with several property owners in the area about providing sewer to this site. If I'm not mistaken, the closest sewer manhole to the site is a short distance southeast of Adventure Trail. And one property owner there was adamantly opposed to having sewer run through or near his property. It was good that we identified this particular concern early on because we've been able to consider and implement alternate routes for our sewer line. Through various community engagement efforts, therefore, we've been able to identify and address potential issues very early in the process, some of which are outside the zoning context, but nonetheless, they are significant. Now, on the zoning side, I think we have some strong commitments with the development plan that's before the council this evening. As has been explained, the zoning would allow for 120 townhomes on about 22 acres. That's roughly 5.4 dwelling units per acre, which is not super dense, but certainly pushes density in the area. If my memory serves me correctly, I think only parcel K is at a higher density for recent projects in this part of Durham. In terms of text commitments, this project will be dedicating 110 feet of right-of-way, 110 feet wide right-of-way for Northern Durham Parkway all the way through this site, using up about 3 acres of that 22. And the development will also build a portion of that road as well. The alignment shown on the development plan is consistent with the city's plans for Northern Durham Parkway, which ultimately will be a regional thoroughfare stretching 19 miles from North Durham, Highway 501 in North Durham, all the way to Raleigh-Durham International Airport. On the existing road network, this project will widen Leesville Road to a 3-lane section between both access points and provide a bicycle facility along the Leesville frontage. That's a strong infrastructure investment, especially for a project of this size. If you've been out to the site, you may have noticed a significant number of cars on the property. The site was not a junkyard. My understanding is that the owner had a hobby. Nonetheless, we were concerned about potential environmental contamination, so we had phase 1 and phase 2 environmental studies performed. Fortunately, no contamination was found to be present on this site. The other reason I bring this up is to point out that this project will clean up the site from its current condition, and that certainly is a positive for the neighborhood. Additionally, this project is going to end up saving nearly 100% of the trees that are on site, and we will be adding new trees as well to create even more tree canopy than exists now. Obviously, there are not that many trees on the site today, so I don't want to oversell the point, but it's still a positive factor for the council to consider. We also have committed to detaining the 100-year, 24-hour storm event. In regards to stormwater issues, I want to note one other item. I know residents in this area have been particularly concerned about sedimentation and runoff going into Lick Creek. 98% of the site of the 22 acres we're looking at tonight does not flow into Lick Creek. 98% of it actually flows into Briar Creek down towards Wake County and then towards Crabtree, Lake Crabtree. The only 2% of the site that does flow into Lick Creek is the part that'll be widened with the Leesville Road frontage improvements. The staff report mentions that a site plan has been submitted for this project, and I thought it'd be helpful to give you all some information from the site plan, understanding those are not commitments of the rezoning, and we're not committing to them, but the site plan is under review, and I want to highlight some further details that represent the environmental stewardship that goes along with this project. On the development plan, if I'm very close. On the development plan, the maximum impervious is listed at 70%, but the site plan shows actually less than 50% impervious. Additionally, the development plan has one stream crossing, which we are required to show because it connects to TP Trail on the other side of the stream. On our site plan, we have not shown this stream crossing, and the city administration has granted a waiver, so there will be no stream crossing and no connection to TP Trail. In closing, this project will generate approximately $1 million in sewer basin connection fees, which in turn relieves pressure on increasing water and sewer rates for the rest of us city residents. In addition to that, if we're fortunate enough to receive approval of the rezoning this evening, our development team will proffer $20,000 to Durham Public Schools and $40,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund prior to the issuance of any certificates of occupancy. We'll be happy to wordsmith that with the planning department if we're fortunate enough to be approved this evening. Accordingly, for all these reasons, we respectfully ask for your approval, and our team will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biker. My understanding, Laura Holloman is also the applicant. Is she available to answer questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, friends in the chamber, we're going to hear from our proponents. You'll each have 2 minutes. I have cards for Mr. Herman Sperling and another card, but that's actually an opponent in the wrong pile. Mr. Sperling, good evening. You'll have 2 minutes. If you'll state your name and address for the record. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Pro Tem, my friends on the City Council. I'm Herman Sperling. I live at 2628 Bloomsbury Manor Drive in Durham. As most of you know, the Leesville Road Coalition supports smart development in our area. And it's with that, I have some questions I'd like to present. These questions are too complicated and too cumbersome to answer tonight. So I'm going to address them to the clerk, ask the clerk to forward them to the mayor so she can properly distribute those to people who can answer them. But I'm asking these questions about development in general. So let me go. Due to stated capacity issues from Station 17, at least one planned development is put on hold. We need more smart development in Durham. There's no excuse for a surprise. 1, how long will it take until a solution to the increased needs are satisfied? 2, how many more homes will that allow for? 3, Station 17 is on Leesville Road. How many more vehicles can it handle so that fire trucks, EMS, and police can safely travel at 24/365? And what have we learned from this problem that will inform and improve the process going forward? Next group, the approval process for new development needs to accommodate running totals of metric-driven forecasts for infrastructure for every affected department that signs off on, including neighborhood schools, police, fire, EMS, public transportation, roads, water and sewer, solid waste, and safe drinking water, including considering new technologies than BMPs. Next, what is the consumer-friendly definition of smart development and of affordable housing? I doubt most citizens understand AMI, and the difference between Planning Commission and the City Council strongly suggests that different agencies have different definitions of both of those. Next, where is the county's voice, and why isn't the Planning Commission called on during annexation meetings? The county supplies schools, public health, and other infrastructure, and the commission is to be the voice of the people.
Mrs. Sperling, thank you so much. Your time has expired. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll turn to our opponents. I'll read 4 cards at a time, and I'll ask that you would line up if you're here along the railing and wait your opportunity to speak. Pam Andrews, Paul Sherman, Timothy Pearson, and Donna Steinbach. Good evening to you all. Glad you're with us. You'll each have 2 minutes. If you'll state your name and address for the record, and then your 2-minute clock will begin. Beginning with Pam Andrews.
Trying to make sure this is working before I start.
I'm sorry.
I was trying to make sure this is going to project before I start my time. Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mayor O'Neill, City Council members, and City Manager Page. Leesville Road is another 22.055 acres for grabs. Mr. Biker is correct. It does not run into Lick Creek, but the impact on the water as a whole is staggering. Water is an infrastructure piece that we have not mentioned a lot. We've talked about traffic, schools, fire, EMS, and such, but we've not talked much about water. This week, a teammate and I attended the meeting with the DWQ presentation by Elizabeth Kuntis on the Tier Quarry, which we found on Nextdoor app. And the document presented, the following statement was given. Sampling of groundwater wells adjacent to the quarry has revealed the presence of contaminants from releases of petroleum, hydrocarbon, hydrochlorinated solvents associated with historical uses in the area. The levels of various contaminants include 1,4-dioxane have been found to exceed associated groundwater standards. The consulting firm that has been conducted the most recent groundwater samplings in the area found that groundwater flow in the depth zones where the levels were detected are moving towards the quarry. Elizabeth Kuntis, the presenter, told the audience the tests, which are conducted every September, were not able to be completed this year due to faulty equipment. I asked when this test would be completed, so we had an updated measure, and she said she was not sure, but that she wanted me to email her, which I have. I say all that to simply say we're running out of water. We have looked at using a site that has carcinogens flowing towards the pit. This is alarming on so many levels to me. We do not want to be another Camp Lejeune, another Flint, Michigan. I stopped at the Little River Reservoir this week and I took those pictures. The reservoir is dry. There were pictures today of children walking across Lake Mickey. It's dry. It's concerning. This is what it looks like. And we still have now got 9,000 new homes in the works in Southeast Durham that we need to supply water for. I ask you to just hold for a little while. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Paul Sherman. Good evening, sir. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Paul Sherman. I live at 2307 Adventure Trail. I am that guy that the initial presentation said the sewer line was going to go across my property. As you can see from the picture, this is the greenway from Del Webb. That is the sewer line right next to it, and everything behind it is mine. And I'm curious how they're going to redirect that. But anyway, they seemed surprised that I didn't want 1/3 of my acre of trees cleared and a greenway cut across my backyard. So I am interested to see how they're going to run the sewer line somehow around my yard. So anyway, but Leesville Road, you go down Leesville Road, first thing you're going to see on the right is horses. Then you're going to see some llamas, some goats, and then 120 units of townhouses. Seems very out of character for the road. So, okay, I'm done.
Thank you so much. Timothy Pearson? I'm sorry, Tina
It's actually,
Motley.
yeah. It's
forgive
actually,
me.
it's Tina Motley Pearson.
Yeah,
but
I-
Yeah, my handwriting's
forgive me.
atrocious. My name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road. And, I think what a lot of the complaints that we have is sort of like how the development is done. Actually, my father was in real estate and he developed a couple of developments years and years ago. But the way they used to do it is they would clear for the roads and then they would clear for the footprint of like each house. But now it's just making everything Mars. And so granted, there may not be that many trees on that, but if they're mass grading, if they're still like taking away all the topsoil and everything else, because it's Triassic Basin soils, I mean, that's one of the reasons that we're having so many problems with erosion. You have to treat it differently than you would treat other areas. That's why we're getting these tomato soup creeks and such. And if you ask the developers, like, can you do it a different way? They're like, no, we can't do it. We can't afford it. We can't what? You're like, there's a lot of these multi-million-dollar companies, like development companies, and they could do it different. My dad did it different. There are other people all these older neighborhoods that you look through, they've kept the character and the trees and all the stuff. They can't do it here in Durham. I mean, we're progressive and we think of ourselves as being more environmentally conscious, and we can continue that thought. I mean, we're not saying you can't ever do it. We don't all own the land and everything else, but the way it's being done, it's trashing the water, it's trashing the neighborhood. And we do have problems with infrastructure. There's so many things getting developed so fast and so many things being approved so fast. We're just saying like, hey, can't we do it better? I mean, even the other neighborhood you guys have recognized, like, hey, work with the neighbors. We can do a thing better. And I know he's got a lot of carrots for this one, for this neighborhood, but 50% is still a lot of impervious surface. And, the Planning Commission actually declined it 10-1. So I think there are a lot of complex issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and forgive the butchering of your name. Donna Steinbach, good evening. Thank you for being with us. You state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, Donna Steinbach at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I've looked at both developments in the Leesville Road area. And that's because I have two sisters that live within a quarter of a mile of this location, two different houses and not next to each other, but I'm very familiar with the location and very concerned about what's going on in that area as far as the aggressive builds and the impact it's having on the environment. I'd like to look at the environmental planning matrix with the metrics there. One of the things that's important about this development is that while there is 22.05 acres, the only buildable area is around 11 acres. So that puts your dwelling units at 10.5 units per acre. The proposed start is for the fall of 23. There is mass grading, yes, and because of the slope and the terrain dropping with the steep slope, there will probably need to be blasting. And right now the BMPs are sized to the 100-year storm event, but they speak of only for the permanent event. And I want to make sure that we're covering the temporary during construction phase as far as the stormwater from this development. That's when the ground is the most exposed. I heard him say that 50% was his new max. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Steinbach. All right, the next group, Pam Williams, Stephen Koo, Rebecca Freeman, and Tammy Sawaya. In that order. Start with Pam Williams. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you state your name and address, you'll have 2 minutes.
Sure. Good afternoon, all. My name is Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail. I live next to this proposed subdivision. Most of the people besides Chris have lived there for 45. I've only lived there 35 years. So been out in the community quite a bit. When you come from US 70 up to this development, it's actually 2 horse farms and llamas and then hay and a lot of trees and single family homes in this area up to Dot Nichols Road. I am requesting that you deny this development as planned and request the developer to reconfigure. That's what was asked by the Planning Commission. There is no transit plan for this area in the next 30 years. This is a dense townhome development, considering only about 11 acres is going to be able to be buildable. Let's see. A little information is known about the townhome development. There's no block length was given, no sensitive transition to nearby neighbors through building placements, home type variation, there was none. And there's no step down height was mentioned in the development plan and everything. And so it's kind of hard for someone living here to imagine how these townhomes are going to look, unless they look like what you see on these pictures and everything. This development is being, it's using minimum standards. They're only using the 20-foot buffer zones in here. Yes, they are maintaining the trees. Most of the trees was removed that could be removed 5 years ago for forest harvest before the guy decided to sell. So that's why they're only on the perimeters, because with forestry, you can't remove the 10 feet from the property lines. And I think we should abide that for developments also. If every development will leave at least 10 feet or 15 feet of existing trees, that would help out with the tree canopy. And there's so much more I wanted to say.
Thank you so much.
But I do want to, that's not pertaining to this. I want to,
Thank you, Ms. Your time is up. Thank you.
can I just say,
Your
thank
time
you
is
to
up.
the planning department?
They heard you say thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Stephen New.
Hi,
Good evening.
Stephen Nill,
Nill.
co-founder of the, bad handwriting, co-founder of the Leesville Road Coalition with Herman, 1021 Restoration Drive in Southeast Durham. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Middleton for his comments during the review of the proposed Kemp Road development last meeting. And I quote, "I'm not going to put housing where the fire department says they can't service it. If we have hit capacity in my read with the city attorney, that's an actual reason to not grant development until we can save life and property if they're in peril." His elegant solution, referring it back to the planning department until such time as capacity catches up with development, could very well be used in other applications, including the one here, even possibly Wilkinson Estates coming up later. But on another note, something that I sent you guys an email with an attached PDF and gave the clerk a hard copies of it. On September 6th, there was an email chain between the fire department and the planning department that identified that Fire Station 17 could have issues servicing the area between the fire station and US 70 due to an incident or accident once the already approved new homes in the area are populated. Now, this is exactly where this development is. And the reason they could have a problem is that there's no side roads whatsoever. It's a straight shot. There's not any cutoffs, nowhere for traffic to go, nowhere for a fire truck to get in. And in individual discussions with Fire Chief Santapali, Zoldos, and Morton, they all agreed that a traffic backup could be an incident. So the traffic studies already approved with approved development speak that this could become a reality. Their email suggested that completing a road that's not even scheduled yet, the North Durham Parkway, would possibly provide the best alternative. Or, of course, you could wait till you have some new infrastructure on Leesville, Doc Nichols, and Olive Branch, which we don't see forthcoming at any time soon.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Rebecca Freeman. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes after you state your name and your address for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members. I'm Rebecca Freeman, a lifelong resident of Durham and a resident of Southeast Durham for more than 60 years.
I have a couple of comments that I want to make regarding this development. There's inadequate blasting notification to restaurants in close proximity between 500 to 750 feet of a blasting sites in similar developments. Residents do not know about the blasting permits or requirements. They do not know what the master's responsibilities are to monitor structures and wells for damage. They do not know whose responsibility is to pay for damage. They do not know what their rights are for protection, and when their home and wells are damaged, who pays, who assesses that. They have a right to be informed when blast happens, and this is not occurring, is my understanding. And so I think that there needs to be more attention to the blasting permits issue in all these developments, and I ask that no development continue to be approved until the city council is able to ensure that residents are informed and educated regarding blasting that will affect their homes and their wells. I want to say that I appreciate that the Fire Protection Services acknowledged the cumulative effect of prior development approvals on this development. It is not evident that the same cumulative effect of development approvals consider the traffic and the schools analysis or other infrastructure as well. And I think as a resident in that area, I really am interested to know that there is the forward going planning and taking care of the cumulative effect, not just looking at what each effect separately would affect the different infrastructure issues, because there are definitely infrastructure issues in that area. And finally, going back to Tina's comments about the mass grading, any mass grading on any scale in Triassic Basin soils permanently damages the environment in Southeast Durham. And we know that everything that holds the soils in place are damaged and are gone in mass grading.
Thank you so much.
Somebody has to pay the cost.
Thank you so much.
Restoration.
Tammy Sueya. Good evening. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes.
Yes.
Name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Tammy Sawaya. I live on Baptist Road. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My concern is basically on the fire, which we've all been talking about. And my question is, I know the fiscal year starts in July. There's a need for another fire truck and FTEs, which there's a hard time hiring people, which I understand. So my question is, when will those needs be met? Because from a common sense standpoint, we're already having issues. And so when does the building of this site and having enough to service Station 17 going to not put community members in this area in harm's way? In preparing for the Kemp Road discussion, which never happened last week, I was also going to talk about fire. We have a member in Preserveville, Durham, that posts on social media. I know it's not specific data, but he posts when there are issues in Durham County, when there's no EMS or 911 or any first responders. And just some data points. For September, there were 15 situations where there was no EMS and first responders. Well, that concerns me. In October, there's 9 situations where there were no EMS and first responders. Now, I know that's not specific data. I will be asking for specific data so I can be more knowledgeable about this information. But just from this social media post, that concerns me. And especially when I hear the concern that we need more another fire truck and more people to service our situation. And on Baptist Road, Olive Branch, and Doc Nichols, I know that right now there's 4,000 units that haven't been built out, and we still have that to be built out, which translates to about 10,000 people. So that's just my concern, is the fire. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Gary McLean and Dorisa Stroud, you'll each have 2 minutes. Mr. McLean, if you state your name and address for the record, you have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Gary McLean. I reside at 4712 Jimmy Rogers Road, lifelong resident of Durham County. My concern is the precious necessity that we have of life and existence for water. Like Lake Mickey and Little River reservoirs are drying up due to a lack of rain. Falls Lake is dropping daily. I'm able to see it because I go over that road every day. I understand Lake Mickey expansion is in the planning stage, but it will not occur until 30 years in the future. And I'll be dead and gone by then, and a lot of people will. And all of us senior citizens will be gone. I've heard that there are also no plans to expand the Little River Reservoir. And I've heard that the city is possibly planning to pull water out of the Nello Tier rock quarry. However, there's an issue with carcinogens leaching towards the pit. We surely do not want the good citizens of Durham to go through the Camp Lejeune fiasco. That's all on national news now. It's a national fiasco. Drinking contaminated water is causing all types of cancers and diseases, et cetera. So with all of the annexations and approvals for the developers to build more and more townhomes and condos and apartments, I want to know, what are we going to try to do to, what's your short and long-term range plans to supply water for people? Because it's not an expendable commodity. During these times of drought and water shortages, we've got to do something, and I don't really know what the answer is. I don't have any viable solutions, but this is not just a Durham city or county or state issue. The whole nation is being affected. The rivers and lakes are just drying up. But back to the Durham city and county, I feel that the mass grading, removal of all the trees, and the blasting needs to be slowed down until our leaders can create a viable, workable solution to this future catastrophe. Another thought-provoking issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McLean. Dorisa Stroud, good evening. Thank you for being with us again. You'll have 2 minutes after you state your name and address. Thank you.
Name's Dorisa Stroud, 4532 Holloman Road. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and the City Council for allowing me to speak again. I just been here before, and we've talked about, the water, the pollution, the fire, EMS, schools, and I'm here just to ask that before you guys continue to approve and look at the projects, that you take into consideration talking or gathering information for EMS, fire, schools, hospitals, the water, the sewer, the traffic study, just like the young man said about on Leesville Road. If you're going and coming on that road, there's no shoulder, there's no access for if a fire truck, EMS, police need to get through. There's no way for them to move over and move out of the way for them to get to whatever serious situation that they need to get to. I'm also asking that you guys consider that, when growth comes, it's going to come, and then you're going to have all these houses and all this population. But what happens when the businesses decide to leave and you still have all this housing and all the population and all the stuff that comes with the growth? What about the potential growth of homelessness? And due to the housing prices, many of the residents can't afford the homes that are coming $400,000, $500,000. What about the residents and the people that are coming, or the people that already live here, and having affordable housing for them? I think the council should consider raising the minimum requirements that for the developments, like some of them are doing the 100 retention pond. I think that should be something that.
Thank you so much for being with us. I have exhausted all the cards I have from the clerk for those in the chamber which to speak. Mr. Biker, you exhausted about 7 minutes. So is there anything you want to respond to that you've heard?
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, I'd like to give a little bit of a historical perspective. I know our city manager remembers Terry Rowland, and he was a visionary leader of our water management department back in the 80s and 90s. And folks, we have one of the best water systems in the state of North Carolina, probably in the entire Southeast, thanks to Terry Rowland's leadership back at that time. And according to the city's website, we have over 90 days of premium water supply in our reservoirs right now. And we have water and sewer infrastructure we planned ahead. I remember being the pitch man for a bond referendum along with former council member Howard Clement to improve our water and sewer system back in 1995. And so we have an excellent water and sewer system, and I'm very thankful for it every day. But we have plenty of capacity. We have capacity in our sewer plants, we have capacity in our reservoirs, and that's because Durham planned ahead back in the 80s and the 90s. And another thing I want to reach back into the 90s on, we have the strictest watershed protection ordinance in the triangle, perhaps in the entire state. And I led the charge for the Chamber of Commerce to approve that. So the development community has always supported tough environmental standards. Just make them certain, make them clear, and apply them uniformly. So I don't think Durham should be apologizing for having tough stormwater standards or the toughest watershed ordinance. We have those, we should be proud of them, and we're doing a good job of being environmental stewards. The grading issues, these happen in Raleigh, Greensboro, Charlotte, Wilmington, you name it. The issues are consistent. We have a housing crisis facing us as a community. And the question is, are we going to increase the supply or not? And so this proposal that's before the council tonight is for up to 120 townhomes. Again, our site plan only shows 104. We need to increase supply, especially for people who are looking to buy their first home. And that's what this proposal would do. So we have tough environmental standards. We have planned ahead over the past decades for our water and sewer system. And Durham should hold its head high when it comes to these issues. We've been proactive. We've been growing smart. We've been growing smart, I think. We have a lot of good things going on in Durham. And I hope that the council will approve this tonight so that we can move forward with these townhomes in a part of Durham that obviously is growing quickly. The city invested, I believe it was $39 million in the sewer infrastructure to serve this location. And that was predicated on development paying for it. Again, each townhome will have to pay, I believe, $8,000 just in tap-on fees to tap onto the sewer infrastructure that's been built for this location. Again, when we were laying out this site, we thought, wow, it's only 1/3 of a mile from Fire Station 17. That's smart growth. Obviously, issues have come up that people have spoken about, but I think this site really does check all the boxes in terms of smart growth for our city. Our team, in regards to its engineering and our site layout, will be happy to answer any questions. But again, I did want to give that historical perspective on how Durham has planned ahead for water infrastructure and environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biker. Friends in the chamber, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the chamber who wishes to be heard who has not already spoken? This is a public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to yield to any of my colleagues on the council that may have any questions for the developer or any of the proponents or opponents. Council? All right, Mr. Biker, what are the anticipated, I know this is an imperfect science, what are the anticipated price points of these townhomes?
We're estimating right now they'd be in the mid 300s. They're planned to be 20-foot wide units that'll be approximately 16 to 1700 square feet.
16 to 700, 1700, you said?
1,600 to 1,700 square feet per townhome.
Good.
And obviously, construction costs are a very rapidly moving target these days. So that's a guess, but we think it's a reasonable approximation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I do have one other question, but before I want to, that's it, Mr. Biker. For the, I do want to ask a representative, just a representative from Preserve Rural Durham. Just anybody, I know you have several. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Has your organization approached any of our elected colleagues on the county commission and asked them, do they plan on building a state-of-the-art water treatment facility in the county?
We went to the meeting today. We have met with Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Howerton and Commissioner Carter. And so we did not specifically ask that, but we did attend the meeting this morning where there were some presentations made.
Do you anticipate, do you have any intentions of ever
Absolutely.
lobbying them and asking them to, because that's what's driving annexations. They want to connect to our state-of-the-art water treatment facilities, which it's within their purview to build.
Right.
Just like they can build schools, they can issue bonds to build things. Is it your plan to, at some point, to start lobbying them to build those type of facilities in the county?
So you would like me to ask them to lobby them to build a water?
No, I'm not writing prescription. I'm asking, do you, within your own organic conversations, plan on doing that? Has that ever been discussed within the ranks of your?
No, that's not. It has, to be honest, no, we haven't discussed that specifically.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Neal, I want to thank you for bringing up my quote, which I stand by. And part of the exchange with staff goes exactly to what I was talking about earlier. My statement, I hung my hat on a representation from staff. And I think I also said that I had never seen such, I'm paraphrasing, such a stark and dramatic representation from staff where one particular development was billed as this is the aha one that taps us all out. Turns out it was errant. It was not the case. The statement in the memo was not consistent with what was in the chart, which somebody alluded to, which was a truck and 3 FTEs, which is radically different than a new station. So that's what that's one truck and 3 FTEs is not a new fire station. I also would allude to the comment that I read earlier tonight that says, while this additional volume independently will not result in additional fire department needs, this particular case will not result in it. The cumulative effect of continued annexation in the area will result in significant needs for the department. And therein lies the rub, because if we keep saying this is the one won't do it, this is the one that won't do it, eventually what the implication is that we can identify the one that will do it. And good planning will not allow us to get to that point. We are always looking at needs and building out capacity before we're actually tapped out. So I do want to thank you for bringing that up. And I stand by the comment. I will not put houses where there's no capacity to protect life and property. But that statement was errant. If you come to the podium, since I addressed you, I'll let you respond.
Thank you for standing by your comment. The issue is you're already at that point. Between the 8 new developments, the 6,000 new homes, you're at the point of going beyond fire capacity. And with this development, the trucks can't get to an incident between the fire station US 70 once those developments are built out, because there's nowhere for the trucks to move. So this is a specific case that goes well beyond what Kemp Road is. And the fire department identified that until the Northern Durham Parkway is built, there's no road through. So that's the point.
Thank you very much. Chief, did you want to respond? Only if you want to. If you don't have to. All right, thank you. That's okay. Colleagues, any other questions or comments, council? All right, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. Or any additional questions or comments from council members to staff or to in general? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I would just, I would sum up my comments with a quote from one of our planning commissioners, and just specific in saying this is the problem with this and many other similar proposals like this is that exclusionary and unstable and unsustainable in design and use. Durham has zoning powers which can either be used to create new walkable, inclusive, equitable, sustainable neighborhoods, or carbon-intensive, automobile-oriented exclusionary neighborhoods. It's time for our city to shift from exclusion to inclusion when it comes to our greatest local government power, shaping the built environment. I will say that I've mentioned a number of times, we need to have a conversation around voluntary inclusionary affordable housing units, and the conversation tonight around stricter guidelines around blasting, I think extend into I think we need to say what we're gonna do or what it's gonna be, but I don't have a definitive right now. So we'll continue to keep asking the question. And I would also ask for a plan around public education, because I do think that it's important to figure out how to make sure that residents who are in the county understand who is responsible And since they're not going to get on that system this year, next year, or the year after, that responsibility lies between the city and the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Williams.
Question for staff. What is an alternative for blasting?
Good evening, council members. Sarah Young with the Planning Department. There are basically two ways to get rock out of the ground. One is blasting and the other is jackhammering, whether it be on a small scale or really for larger sites. You are getting a large piece of equipment, which is called a ram hoe. And essentially think of like a giant bulldozer excavator with a really, really big jackhammer on the end of it. And this thing is boom, 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 boom on the rock until it comes out. It does take a lot longer than blasting. Different impacts, but also another method that does have impacts.
Okay, just real quick. I want us to be really cautious and just stating that while we are hearing all of these comments and have all of these concerns, we are in the South. And I read the same Planning Commission comments. A lot of the members are voting no for different reasons. A lot of them are voting no because it's just not enough housing and they want more. Or they want, things that I somewhat agree with, but I consider utopian. When you're living out in the country, in the rural area, and we're saying car free. Like I want less cars on the road. That's why we're focusing so much on transit. But I just want us to be really cautious with that. And the reason why I ask about the blasting is because it's either going to be this jackhammering for weeks or it's going to be blasting. I want to piggyback on Councilmember Freeman's comment that we need to better understand how the blasting process works to make sure that folks are accountable. Because I do hear the complaints that, folks' houses are being damaged. So we want to make sure that that's not happening. I don't want us to be careless about that. But the fact of the matter is, the less housing with the more people moving here, the more expensive it's going to cost. So we're going to say, stop building. I don't want to hear anything about affordable housing. They both can exist. At some point, we're going to get to a supply and demand issue. All right. So we got to be realistic about this. And we got to compromise. And we got to give and we got to take a little bit. So I respectfully hear everyone. I really do. But something has to give.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Just want to make a couple of comments. I will be supporting this rezoning. And I want to comment a little bit on the Planning Commission comments because I think that they really highlight what I feel is a broader issue around our definition of sustainability and what we are trying to do when we say sustainable growth. Because as my colleague Councilmember Williams said, some of the planning commissioners are saying, actually, we need more density in this area. That more density means more sustainability, because the primary goal here is to get people to stop using their cars, and that's the best thing that we do to make development more sustainable. And then other people are saying that we need less development out here, because any kind of development, particularly the kind of development that we need for more density, is going to poison the groundwater, poison the stormwater, cause these what we more traditionally think of environmental impacts. And I really don't think we have a consensus in this community or on this council as to what kind of sustainability we're talking about when we use that word. And honestly, some people seem to argue for both things at once, which they can't coexist. Either we do dense development because we think the primary to a sustainable future is auto use, or we do this kind of, very rural, what we would do if we left this residential rural, one house per acre, on well and septic, individually graded, no mass grading, no blasting. And that's just, that's not affordable. That's not inclusion. And this area does have a lot of environmental features that make it difficult to build more dense or mixed use development in Southeast Durham. And so I think townhomes are actually a good compromise. They're denser than single family detached, which we have plenty of and is the most expensive and most car dependent type of development. But they're also not as intense as some of the other uses that we might put out there, like mixed use or big apartment buildings that would be hard to build in an area where there's lots of streams, where there are lots of steep slopes. All of the reasons why this area is is just developing now, right? Because it's been harder to develop and other areas of Durham have developed more quickly. Obviously, that kind of middle solution maybe isn't going to make anybody happy, both the people who want density and the people who want nothing. But I think it's a reasonable answer to both the environmental concerns of the area and to our ongoing housing crisis. And so I plan to support this development and also to, continue in my role as a council member to improve our transit system, to encourage alternatives to individual auto use. But we're not going to get transit to these neighborhoods until there are enough people out there for transit to make sense. And so doing a little bit more density, I think makes a lot of sense and is a good use for this land, far, far better than single houses, one house per acre on well and septic, which is what we get out here if we don't rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? All right, Madam Mayor. With that, there are three motions for this item. At this time, I'll entertain motion number 1 to adopt an ordinance annexing 5202 Leesville Road into the city of Durham, effective December 31st, 2022, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Beazer Homes LLC. Move.
Second.
I hear a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, would you please close the vote?
The motion passes 4-3 with Mayor O'Neill, Councilmember Freeman, and Councilmember Halsey Hyman voting no.
All right, motion number 2 to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural RR County jurisdiction and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 5.441, PDR 5.441 city jurisdiction.
So move.
Second.
I hear a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 4-0 with Mayor O'Neill, 4-3, I'm sorry, with Mayor O'Neill, Councilmembers Freeman and Halsey Hyman voting no.
All right, motion number 3 to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
Move.
Second.
I hear a motion by Councilmember Williams and a second by Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Madam Clerk, would you please close the vote and report out?
And the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Halsey Hyman voting no.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to our members of our community, residents and citizens who came out to be heard on this matter.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for getting us over the hump. And now we are to item 20, which is a consolidated annexation junction and Farrell Roads. This hearing is also a public hearing, is also a zoning case, and we will receive our staff report at this time.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening, Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning has been received from Kelsey Westwood Hall for 4 parcels of land totaling 9.485 acres and located at 2306, 2310, and 2314 Farrell Road, as well as 1310 Junction Road. This annexation petition is for a continuous expansion of the existing primary corporate limits. This proposal is an expansion of a previous annexation case approved August 16th, 2021. That proposed approximately 1 million square feet of industrial buildings with proposed parking and loading areas. This case was BDG 21-00002. The applicant proposes a direct translation from industrial light within the Falls Jordan Watershed Protection District B overlay in the county jurisdiction and establishing the same as industrial light FJB city jurisdiction. The properties are currently designated industrial on the future land use map. The proposed industrial light zoning is consistent with the designated use shown on the FLUM. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the future land use map designation as industrial. This annexation petition does not have a concurrent zoning map change application, which is also known as a direct translational zoning. A direct translational zoning is one in which the existing county zoning is translated to the identical city zoning district upon the annexation of the property into the city. A translational zoning does not include a development plan, and any future development may proceed according to what the zoning would allow. As a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you so much. You have all heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions from staff from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, as is my practice, I want to disclose that I have no financial interest in this case whatsoever, but the organization that I lead is within the notification footprint. However, there are no legal barriers that preclude me from participating in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nice. All right, we have 3 speakers for this agenda item tonight. First would be Ms. Attorney Baker as a proponent, and we will also have as opponents, Ms. Andrews and Ms. Stroud. So you may proceed with how much time?
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Biker with Morningstar Law Group. I still live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm here tonight representing Scannell Properties. Again, I want to thank the staff for an excellent update there. Again, there was a 221 acre industrial park brought forward by Scannell Properties back on August 16, 2021. And the council strongly approved that annexation. At that time, through our community engagement, we'd been speaking with the homeowners of the 9.5 acres that are before the council tonight. Those homeowners needed more time to find a new place to go and transition and move to their new dwellings. Accordingly, the 9.5 acres was not included back in 2021. But now those homeowners have moved on. And so we're ready to move forward with this 9.5 acres. All this does is fill in the northwest corner of that 221 acre industrial park along Junction Road and Farrell Road. And I do want to stress for the council, this is again going to be a state-of-the-art light industrial park. It's multimodal. I'm sure many of you realize there's a rail line running north-south there. Our former mayor, Bill Bell, is now chairman of the North Carolina Railroad. He was very helpful with us to connect with the right staff people with the railroad in order to have 1 or 2 rail spurs come off of the rail line into the industrial park. That way we can bring in by rail, ship product out by rail, and try to decrease vehicle traffic on the adjoining roads. And so again, this is really just squaring off this industrial park. Again, it was 221 acres that the council approved back in August of 2021. All we're doing is adding 9.5 acres to make the industrial park about 230 acres. I don't believe we're planning to increase the amount of square footage that we're building. This is simply just going to be buffer area, landscaping area and sidewalks for the perimeter of this industrial park. I'll be happy to answer any questions and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we turn now to our opponents. Ms. Andrews and Ms. Stroud, you have 2 minutes apiece.
I can see it here, but I don't see it there. It's coming through right here, but it's not. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Tammy. Good evening, everyone. Pamela Andrews, 6108 Wake Forest Highway. I just want to share a couple quick comments because this is where I lived my whole life, as our Mayor Pro Tem knows. I'd like to share a few comments about the area around Junction and Farrell. Junction Road was my childhood home. I recently let go of my childhood home in late July. I spent 59 years of my life on up and down Junction Road. The intersection of Junction and Farrell has always been hazardous. Many accidents have happened at that intersection. It is now a four-way stop. In years past, this was not the case. So a four-way stop is like a big improvement. The train tracks at that intersection has been an issue my entire childhood. Many trucks have been stuck on that. Matter of fact, the property owners that sold this land was at the meeting I was at previously and said it happens every month. These pictures were captured in the past 6 months. The second picture that Tammy can slide for you occurred on October 26th. This is a serious safety issue as trains frequently use these tracks morning and evening, toot, every single day. Sometimes it takes hours to get these large trucks off this train track. In addition to the train track and tractor trailer issue, we now have a light industrial park utilizing this train track after the passing of the development. At a recent joint city county meeting, leaders mentioned that it was not desirable to put light industrial near residential. We now have housing developments all around the light industrial running parallel to Junction Road, as there is development right across the ways from the train track. I ask you to think about the impact this will have on residents as they not only deal with the train whistle several times a day, but the noise and heavy distribution trucks that a light industrial park will bring. There are elementary schools on both ends of Junction Road. There is Glen Elementary on one end. There is Merritt Memorial Elementary on the other. Junction Road is a very narrow road and is not designed for commercial vehicles. You're mixing school buses, transfer trucks, a train, and daily commuter traffic. This is really not a good recipe. Thank you.
Ms. Stroud? All right, thank you. Attorney Baker, if you'd like to have some rebuttal time, I think you have about 2 minutes.
Again, I don't understand the comments since the 221 acre industrial park was approved a year and a half ago. And again, this is land that was designated for industrial development for many decades, as long as I can remember, which is almost 30 years of practicing in Durham. Again, these are the infrastructure challenges that you just saw pictures of. Those are infrastructure challenges that we want to improve with the development of this industrial park. And we did a traffic impact analysis that is phased. And so these intersections, as the industrial park builds out, will be addressing some of these infrastructure shortcomings. Again, this is only a 9.5 acre addition to a 221 already approved industrial park. Be happy to answer any questions.
Right. Thank you so much. I now declare this public hearing to be closed. I don't think we had anybody on the internet that wanted to speak on this matter. And the matter is now back before the council. Are there any? Councilman Williams.
Question, yes, what? Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, there is an individual with their hand up online.
Ms. Allen, Ms. Wanda Allen.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to speak to this agenda
Yes, ma'am.
item?
I registered to speak earlier. I definitely would like to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
You
you
will
very
have
much.
2 minutes at
First-
this time.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Durham Planning Department. They have been excellent to work with, and they have tried to support our efforts. So you guys are very much aware of the Junction and Furrow Road Industrial Park. I'm asking you to vote no on the application. We have already have many concerns now going on in that area. So recently, you guys know that as the applicant stated, that there is construction going. They have been burning brush fire. They have been burning debris. We had to call the fire department. They were burning without permits. The fire department wrote a citation, issued them a fine, which was only $300, only $500, which was less costly to pay that $500 and do the burning than to take it to the landfill. My second problem with this is that the existing problems with the tractor and the trucks being on the train track. You guys are all aware of that. I know Mark Anthony travels that area quite often. This is becoming not only just a monthly thing, because I travel it, I live in this area. I see it now. It was another issue today. It's because this is going to be light industrial. They are bringing trucks in, trailers in. They're getting stopped on that train track. The other thing that has been brought up is that we have just approved apartments over in that area. And we know that in an industrial park, there is traffic going in, out many times of the night. So it is not an ideal situation to put residents up against. And then we also have the EMS concerns. That's all.
Thank you so much for your comments this evening, ma'am. All right. Are there any other hands raised? Right, thank you. This public hearing is now closed. The matter is back before council. Are there any other comments from our colleagues before we consider and I have 2 motions, not 3. Only 2. All right, great. Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple questions for the applicant. And the first one being along the lines, I just wanted to find out if there was opposition to the industrial park when it originally came to the council.
I think 2 maybe people spoke against it, but the Chamber of Commerce spoke for it. The Railroad Associated personnel spoke for it. I apologize. I didn't review the minutes.
And I think there was an ongoing question about what kind of chemicals might be brought in on those rail spurs, just acknowledging that that was an ongoing concern. I don't know if you've been able to figure out what that would be.
We haven't got any.
I know that is
we're not
continuing to be a concern. And so that even though the industrial park was approved, I know that community is still concerned about the chemicals that will be on site.
Yeah.
And then also you mentioned the infrastructure's challenges once the park was built, that it would be addressed. Is that being addressed by the park or by the city?
No, it's private funding. Scannell Properties has to do a TIA, traffic impact analysis, that's phased as the project builds out. It's approximately 1 million square feet. So various traffic improvements are tied to the various buildings as they come forward. So it is a long-term project. There's no doubt about that. It'll take us several years to build it out, I believe.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That was all.
But I do want to emphasize that a TIA is required for a project of this magnitude, even though it's not a development plan rezoning.
And I just wanted you to state that it wasn't on the city because I
Oh,
know
no.
when you just said it'll just, come later, folks are probably thinking that it was.
Understand.
Thank you.
Understand. Good point.
Councilman Williams.
Do we, are the roads, Junction and Farrell, are those state-owned or city-owned? Question for staff.
Yes, Bill Judge of Transportation. These are all state roads in this area. A portion, the industrial park will be building a portion of Northern Durham Parkway that will be privately maintained until such time as the state takes it over for maintenance.
Okay, thank you. One thing that, we have another proposal coming up soon, I believe. And one of the main factors is I do not want to be a proponent of in light industrial or industrial light within residential neighborhoods. However, I do want to state for this case, if there's already light industrial there, I want to make very clear, I'm not in favor of zoning something residential into light industrial. I have to be as objective as possible and logical and fair as well. If there is already something there, and this road that's, I know where it is further down. And I think I've stated in a past meeting that even when I was band director at Southern, I hosted a band camp and one of the trucks from California got stuck on that track. But if, you know, is adding 9 acres that's already owned there, that's an extension that's connected there, is that going to stop the trucks from being there? And I asked who owns the road, because that seems to be an infrastructure issue that needs to be taken care of years ago. You know, I cannot clearly and fairly and honestly say that adding the connected 9 acres that's already owned, that's already zoned for this, that's already there with it anyway, is going to have any effect on that. That would be me being disingenuous as a council member. I don't like what's happening over there. I don't support it. I wish it wasn't light industrial around such a, you know, residential area, but it's been that way for years. So, yeah.
Any other comments? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I would just share the comment that I want to stand in solidarity with the residents that live in that community and just acknowledge that I cannot support this tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, there actually will be 3 motions for our consideration. The last will be the consistency statement. And I am ready to entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Junction and Farrell into the city of Durham effective December 31st, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Scanlon Properties number 515 LLC.
So moved.
Second.
The move by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you would open the vote. If you would close the vote.
The motion passes 5-2 with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
The second motion for our consideration is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the Industrial Light IL Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection District -B F/J-B county jurisdiction and establishing the same as Industrial Light IL/Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection District -B F/J-B city jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. And if you would close the vote and report out.
Motion passes 6-1 with Mayor O'Neill voting no.
All right, our last motion for consideration is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you will please close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
I press one. I did press one. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. All right, making sure. All right, now we move to, thank you all so much. We move to our next agenda item, which is item 21. It's also a public hearing for consolidated annexation, Wilkinson Estates. And we have a number of speakers here. So we will first hear from staff.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening, Brooke Rober at the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning has been received from Tim Sivers of Horvath Associates for one parcel of land totaling 48.42 acres and located at 1604 Olive Branch Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the existing primary corporate limits. The applicant intends to connect to city services in order to develop a maximum of 185 townhouse residential units. The current zoning is residential rural. For the initial city zoning of this site, if annexation is approved, the applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 3.885 to allow the construction of 185 townhouse units. The Planning Commission recommended denial by a vote of 10-1 on June 14th, 2022. The properties are currently designated low-density residential on the future land use map. The proposed planned development residential 3.885 zoning is consistent with the designated use shown on the FLUM. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the future land use map designation of low-density residential. As a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Roper. You've heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Councilman Williams.
Yeah, what would be the threshold, I guess, this is kind of general, I guess, but the threshold that we would meet in order to, I guess, when we're forced to increase capacity regarding roadways, that's a continuous concern.
I might defer to Bill Judge with the Transportation Department for that question. Thank you.
Yes, so this particular development was under the threshold for requiring a TIA. However, they, given the issues in the area, they went ahead and prepared one and submitted it, and it was reviewed by the city and NCDOT. So when we do have a TIA, they do look at the cumulative impacts of all developments in the area. Particularly, this one included 17 other developments that at least in part impact the study area. Plus, in addition to that, they take a 3% annual growth rate to existing traffic volumes to account for developments that maybe did not require a TIA that are proposed in the area. So once we do all that, then we're looking primarily at the capacity of the roadways, primarily the intersections and delay for level of service issues. So, and identifying any and then proposing roadway improvements to address those issues, which they've done. So there are a number of required roadway improvements of this development or other developments in the area where those capacity issues exist.
So in layman terms, we're going to get some road widening soon. Well, at some point in the future, if we keep going the way we are.
Yes, I mean, some's already ongoing in the area. The Fendel Farms development recently installed dual left turn lanes on US 70 at Leesville, but there's other traffic signals and turn lanes at various intersections proposed.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Any other questions of council? All right, we'll start with our public speakers. We do have at least two who are on the internet. Ms. Samantha Coop, I'm not sure if you're speaking as a proponent or in opposition. Also, we have an Eileen Lanham, who is not, who has a question bar. She's not there. So okay. Ms. Croup, if you could identify whether, if you are speaking as a proponent or opponent, if you would say that, and then we can have some clarity. I also do not have the name of the applicant. They filled out a speaker card for Wilkerson Estates. All right. Thank you. And we'll start with you we'll start you off with 5 minutes, sir. We have about 9, possibly 10 other speakers who are speaking, I believe, in opposition. If you would state your name and address.
Thank you. Tim Sivers, Horvath Associates. If the PowerPoint can be brought up, please, Brooke. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Neal, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members. My name is Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates. Also here with me this evening is Todd Alsup with LTB Developers. Thank you, Brooke, for your presentation and your introduction. Next slide, please. This proposed development outlined in red on this map includes a maximum of 185 units over 48 acres, providing a density of 3.885 units per acre. This contiguous residential development follows current future land use and will contain a minimum of 2 different types of townhome units. If you recall, this council approved the proposal for the project outlined in green in September. Next slide. This slide illustrates the development plan for the project. You can see the larger 125-foot perennial stream buffers that are proposed that are in excess of the 100-foot requirement. The green asterisks and plus symbols are spread throughout the development that represent the preserved tree and steep slope areas. These are located within stream buffers, but also outside the stream buffers along the Olive Branch Road, as well as along the western property line that will remain undeveloped. There's 1 vehicular stream crossing identified with a long blue arrow and 2 potential utility stream crossings by the orange arrows. Landscape buffers are provided along all project limits, including along Olive Branch Road. The primary access point will be on Olive Branch Road and become the 4th leg of an intersection with Olive Branch Reserve and approved development directly to the east. A secondary optional access point, which will only allow right turns, is located at the southeastern corner of the property. And additionally, 3 street stubs are proposed to the south to encourage interconnectivity with future development. Next slide. Some of the project's key commitments include 2 different types of townhomes ranging in width and size, increase in the perennial stream buffer width to 125 feet, 27% tree preservation, 7% of that which will be outside the stream buffers. That's in excess of the 20% requirement per the UDO and more than majority of the recent developments in the area. A maximum of 30% impervious area, which is less than the majority of the recent developments in the area, including the case from earlier this evening. 30% open space with active open space requirements of a dog park, kids play field, and a community garden. Traffic improvements along Olive Branch Road and its intersections with Doc Nichols Road, as well as its intersections with Carpenter Pond Road. Tonight, we're increasing the commitment for the Durham Public Schools from $5,000 that's shown on the development plan to $24,000 financial contribution. And also, we're excited this evening to highlight 3% of the homes will be affordable at 80% AMI. These units will be spread throughout the community and comparable in size and appearance. This was a revision provided after Planning Commission in place of the financial donation to provide the affordable units themselves. Next slide, please. Due to the topography in the area, blasting is necessary to meet the city stormwater requirements and install utilities. The developers of this project have heard the community concerns and implemented some erosion control best practices to minimize downstream sedimentation. They include increasing the erosion control basins to 150% of the required size, incorporating flocculants into the erosion control plan. Basins will hold the water for a minimum of 4 days compared to the required 2-day minimum. Provide a double row of silt fence along stream buffers, and our mass grading will not exceed 50% of the gross land area at one time. Next slide, please. In addition to these commitments to help address stormwater and erosion during construction, our permanent stormwater devices will treat the 100-year storm event, as you've seen other projects agree to. But in addition, we're committing to a 10% reduction in the post-development runoff rate for the 1, 2, and 10-year storm events. Final slide. In summary, the proposed development follows all UDO regulations, including those specifically listed in 3.5.10. The proposal is compatible with nearby and recently approved projects, is consistent with current comprehensive plans, and provides commitments towards the proposed small area plan by increasing stream buffer widths, increasing tree preservation areas inside and outside of the now wider stream buffers, and increasing open space areas. This area has available and sufficient utility infrastructure, and this proposal provides over $2 million worth of road improvements for the area. And finally, this proposal meets the high demand of housing that our city needs. Thank you for your time this evening. If I do have any time remaining, I'd like to reserve that for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now start with our in-person speakers. We have 2 minutes apiece. We have first Ms. Tammy Sawaya, followed by Ms. Rebecca Freeman, followed by Ms. Andrews and Ms. Tina Motley Pearson.
All right, thank you. My name is Tammy Sway. I live on Baptist Road. Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The main thing on this property, my concern is I'm thinking about water quantity. We already know we have a water quality problems or concerns. But when I went to the tier quarry public hearing, the need for that, for the quantity or the need for the tier quarry caused me concerns because of the issues of contamination. I don't know if you know that WRL did an article and Southern Environmental Law Center attorney who handles water protection issues in NC, who thinks that there is a valid concern because of the forever chemicals of the tier quarry. So I asked myself, so if the tier quarry does not supply Durham water and we are in a drought situation, do we have enough water, the quantity, to support all the developments that we're having right now? And one thing that I did today is I went to our city water data website, and I found the days of storage for all of Durham. And I was surprised to see that tier quarry emergency storage was counted as 20 days. And I didn't understand, and I didn't think that the tier quarry was being counted towards the days remaining for water for Durham City. So that is just my main concern, because I do care about all the water for all the citizens of Durham in general. Thank you
so much. Ms. Freeman?
I don't remember. Ms. Freeman.
Andrews, either one.
Just trying to make sure we have the right one.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I am opponent to the Wilkinson Estates for the following reasons. With this and cumulative approvals already made for fire protection, again, what you were alluding to before this requires a additional portion of a fire truck and fire protection FTEs. So will that be included in if it's not included in the application, will that be included in the budget, or with some assurance that would be? 17 developments are in this area already. That's an amazing amount. I did not know that. And thank you for that providing. It's very hard to get that data off the internet. So I appreciate being able to know that. There's no transit in this area. There's weak road infrastructure, narrow roads with narrow and non-existent shoulders. People who usually live out of the area ride bicycles for recreation in this area already. But residents do not ride bicycles to grocery stores, schools, shopping, or other needs. Why isn't attention given to roadway infrastructure at a time when there's lots of attention to bicycle lanes and sidewalks, which the bicycle infrastructure is needed for the safety of bicyclists and drivers, but attention to roadways will benefit the residents the most, even in these new developments. My comments on mass grading, landscape, and stream destruction and blasting permit apply to this development also, so it's going to be the same old story. And I'd like to ask what the 50% of mass grading of the growth site would transition into, what this percentage would be to the buildable acres, and how many acres would be mass graded at the time. I wanted to call attention to some of the comments from the Planning Commission that did not pass this as a vote for 10 to 1. Some of the comments was the project puts the same stress and strain on this area. This project will contribute to the already strained area and will make it even more difficult to navigate. The road improvements will help, however, they will not address all area needs. This area needs to be off the map as an option until the already stressed and strained conditions are addressed. We need to figure out why we have the issues that we do and what the best
Thank you.
result is for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Ms. Andrews?
Good evening again. Okay, another development, 48 acres on Olive Branch Road will only intensify the impact Lick Creek is already experiencing. Today in the County Commissioners meeting, Planning Director Sarah Young did a great job. She presented a PowerPoint with many great points along with Ryan Eves. In 2020, Lick Creek was analyzed for water quality and found to have high bacteria. It had a moderate to high turbidity and good to fair biological life. This was in 2020. In the last 2 years, we have seen drastic changes out in Southeast Durham. Over 3,000 homes have been built since 2021. This makes a huge difference in Lick Creek. E. coli numbers are higher, turbidity rates are extremely high after rainfall. Sediment has traveled downstream to the Rolling View Marina, where they have experienced 2 feet of sediment increases in 2 years. That's a lot of dirt, y'all. It's a lot of red clay. To increase the turbidity in the creeks, we have to blast, taking place almost every single day, somewhere in the 600 acres. Yes, I said 600 acres, as we learned today from Ryan Eves. Thank you, Ryan. The Assistant Chief of the Durham Fire Department has worked diligently to help us understand and find solutions to the blasting permit conditions. As of today, not one house has been tested after a blast within 500 feet as required by the permit. Not one, y'all, not one. This is supposed to take place no sooner than 24 hours, no later than 48 hours for homes within this range of 500 feet. Residents on Doc Nichols have captured blasts this past week within 56 feet of their well. 56 feet. Mr. Ellickson has called Geosonics last week after we were told to by the fire department. You know what they told him? If your water looks okay, we don't need to come. That's not what the permit says. It says they shall come and test the water. Our residents are being mistreated. Please make sure the permit is held. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Motley Pearson.
I'm so sorry. I have a PowerPoint. It's not like a hard thing I sent it earlier this afternoon. Do you have it? Sorry. I'll go ahead and say, like, my name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road. Thank you guys thank you, Mayor O'Neill and Pro Tem Mark Anthony Middleton and everybody for listening to all our cases. Okay. So I guess what I'll do is I'll say slide and there's actually video. I've never done the video thing with the slide thing. So maybe I say video and play where there's a video part of it, I guess. All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So like many other municipalities, Durham is facing a housing crisis. However, and this is sort of ironic. Yeah, slide 1, there you go. The big corporations that build or buy houses to rent are also contributing to the crisis. Slide. These large companies dictate the exorbitant prices by cornering the market. So whether it's another big development or buying up houses to rent, slide. So every time you vote yes to these big developers, you're actually feeding the beast that's contributing to the crisis. So I have some other things to consider. Slide. This is called, is this a good thing? Slide. So all you have to do is like raise your hand when you see the slide, and if you do think it's a good thing, and you guys can participate too. So slide and video. So mass grading, like this is, you can see like if you pan around, it's like hundreds and hundreds of acres. That's why I say it's like, it's looking like Mars out here. Slide. Oh, so no hands raised, right? This is not a good thing, right? Gee, raise your hands if you think this is a good thing. This is pouring out of the sediment pond. Oh, was it slide and play? Sorry. It's pouring out into the creek, like from the sediment pond directly into the creek. Slide and play. Play, yeah. So this is just like our creeks are all looking like these tomato soup, you know, because this is what happens when you mass grade these highly erosive soils. Slide and play. I don't know how to do this, the sound, you're not going to hear it. So I'm going to see if we can get sound this way. So this is like right in these people's backyard. If this was you, and this was just months and months and months, you'd be pissed. If it was your parents, you'd be pissed. Oh, am I done?
Thank you so much for your time.
Hands raised. No one thought it was a good thing. All right.
We have Ms. Standback, Ms. Pamela Williams, Mr. Risa Stroud, Ms. Virginia Barksdale, Ms. Lindsay Slater. 2 minutes apiece. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Donna Steinbach. I live in Durham, North Carolina. The plan or commitments for Wilkinson Estates do not include a stormwater plan for construction/development, which is over a 3-year period. Most of the new deliverables provided for this project focus on post-development. It states that in the text. Now, during development is when the area is most fragile because that's where it's just the red clay, and then the water, stormwater coming down on it is just going to create the runoff. So we asked if it seems like things are going to get approved, we at least have a proffer in there that they cover the new development and during construction and during development for the runoff. Now on the matrix, we're looking at you got 48.42 acres, but only billable is 18 plus or minus acres, which equates to 10 dwelling units per acre. That makes of course, the mass grading is looking at, they're saying 23.81 acres per phase. And they're looking at 2 phases, but they've only got 18 acres of billable area. One of the reasons why they don't have the billable area is they have a perennial creek running through there, and the land is so sloped, and that's going to be, all the water is going to run right into the creek. And there we're going to have more sediment. Now, the blasting is due to the terrain going from 396 feet to 320 is a yes, and it's going to be some extreme. Now, we're requesting a 10-day notice to neighbors before that blasting.
Thank you so much for your comments this evening. Turn now to Ms. Williams.
Good evening. My name's Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail, Durham. I would request that the council to vote no on this. I would like to bring to your attention that the last several developments in this area, which is the southeast area, which is about 6 or 7, have been nothing but townhomes out in this area. This area is different than a lot of other places in Durham. I showed you once before the topography. This is Triassic soil, which runs in this area, which is very highly erosive. And there's a lot of streams in this area, just as on the north side of this property is nothing but a stream, and the property line follows a stream. So we go from a high down to a low at the stream. There's over 20% grades out here. So there will be a lot of moving dirt and changing and everything. But one thing I would like to bring to your attention again is that there are calling for only a 20-foot buffer, street buffer, and a 0.4. I want you to see what a 0.4 opacity looks like along these streets and these roads. All you got to do is write out Dot Nichols or here on Ellis Roads, and you can see what a 20-foot and a 0.4. We're asking for at least a 30-foot street with a 0.8 opacity. We're also asking that all the trees not be removed from the boundary on the south side, and that a buffer, a natural buffer, be provided for this development and then for the next development, so that there is a good set of canopy trees along that property line. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stroud?
Hello, I'm Lindsay Slater. I live at 4109 Grove Ridge Drive. So I live in a neighborhood between downtown Wake Forest and downtown Durham off of Highway 98. So thank you everyone for your time tonight. I just want to, I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what other people have already said about infrastructure and such. And the plan that was just presented for this agenda item sounds not too bad, to be honest, when you think about it alone. But again, which other people have already stated, it seems as though we're thinking about this in silos, not the cumulative effect of all of these different developments coming into the area. So I don't think anyone on the opposition side that I've heard is opposed to growth and development, but the desire is for it to be done in a responsible way. And that is my concern as a citizen and a resident of Durham. My request, like it was the last time I spoke a few weeks ago, is to pause continuing to approve annexations for large developments until there is proper infrastructure in place. A few quick examples. Someone in my neighborhood, she's a mother of a kindergartner at Grove Park Elementary. Their school didn't have enough teachers, so kindergartners didn't get recess for 3 months. So that's just one example of an infrastructure issue. I think many people are aware of the schools in Durham needing improvement. Also, last week I called 911 twice for like crazy reckless drivers, and each time no one answered after like 20 seconds, not 20 seconds, but like 20 rings. So literally no one answered. So firsthand account of how potentially our emergency services are strained. My last quick point, there's been a lot of talk tonight about community. Well, there was for agenda item 19, but I feel what I've seen and heard in meetings so far.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
No problem, thanks.
Ms. Stroud, then followed by Ms. Barksdale.
Hello, again, my name is Teresa Stroud, 4532 Holloman Road in Durham. And I'm just going to say that a lot of the developments and developers are coming and they're going above and over their minimum requirements that are needed to propose their proposal. And I just think that if they can go over the minimum, maybe we should raise the standard or raise our requirements for them to do their construction and their building. Like a few of them, $20,000, the DPS, $24,000 for DPS. If they can do 24,000, I'm not sure what the minimum is or what they're actually have to require, if they're required to do anything. But I think some of them, like the money to DPS, minimum to ADI, the minimum buffers, natural buffers, the retention pond. If they're willing to do 100 years, then why can't we have that standard as 100 instead of whatever the requirement is? And I just think that some of the requirements and some of the things that we have, maybe we should raise the standard, raise the requirement on it. And also, like the young lady just said, we're looking at just this development, then this development, this development, this development. But when you put all the developments together, then you're looking at a whole picture for the infrastructure, EMS, fire, schools, hospitals. And so I just ask that even though we're talking about one individual project, we just look at it as a collective, as a whole, and think about, raising the minimum requirements for the developments coming in. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Ms. Virginia Barksdale. All righty, we had you signed up. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I now turn to our folk on the internet tonight. I did think I missed a proponent, Sean Coleman. So we have Miss, oh, you're here in person.
Yes, I am.
All right. Sir, we have 3 minutes if you would state your name and address, and you are speaking as a proponent.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Right. Hello, Honorable Mayor O'Neill. Hello, Pro Tem Middleton, and the honorable members of the council. Thank you all so much for your service. I'm Sean Coleman, and I live near 55 and MLK Boulevard, and I'm in support of the Wilkinson Estates development. So here in the Triangle, there are only enough homes for sale to keep up with about 2.5 weeks of demand. That's from WRIO 5 News. There's so much demand in the Triangle for housing that even the rising interest rates haven't even slowed it down. That's from ABC 11 News. In order to meet the housing needs of its growing population, North Carolina is going to need an estimated 900,000 additional units by the year 2030. That's from the North Carolina Budget and Tax Center. And as you've probably seen, the crazy traffic on 40 and some of the other highways is an attestament to that. Having grown up in several parts of Durham, including near 98 and Mineral Springs Road, I've seen evidence of our growing population. That's why I'm a proponent of the Wilkinson Estates Development Plan. While I understand there's always an air of hesitancy around developers, I found that LTB and Horvath Associates go above and beyond to address the concerns of the community. Some examples include treating land and local watersheds with respect, minimizing the project footprint, and pacifying sediment runoff. Furthermore, they committed to building affordable housing units, as you heard earlier tonight, and pledged thousands of dollars to local public schools. Also, the development plan calls for road and infrastructure improvements, erosion control, and mass grading restrictions that far exceed Durham's already stringent requirements. LTB and Horvath Associates share over 80 years of combined building and developing experience. So as a Durham resident, I couldn't be more confident that the project is done by people of integrity. The Triangle has positioned itself as one of the best places to work, raise a family, enjoy a happy, healthy lifestyle. If you look at the big picture, by approving this project, you are empowering current and future residents with the opportunity to build their dreams and share incredible.
Thank you for your comments this evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We turn now to our internet. That will be Miss Samantha Prop.
Hi there, Mayor O'Neill, Pro Tem Middleton, council members. Are y'all able to hear me all right? I'm going to take that as a yes. My name is Samantha Crop.
Yes, we can hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. My name is Samantha Crop, and I am commenting in opposition to this particular proposal. I am the Neuse River Keeper with nonprofit Sound Rivers, and our mission is to monitor and protect the Neuse and Tar-Pamlico watersheds. And I was first made aware of issues on Lick Creek, particularly back in June when I was contacted by some folks who live in the area. And since then, I've been out there on a number of occasions doing monitoring on the creek, specifically in areas that are not currently monitored by the city of Durham. We've been looking at areas that are most impacted by ongoing developments in that area. And in the monitoring that I've done out there, we have taken post-rain event samplings that have recorded turbidity levels over 7 times the legally allowable limits. And as was mentioned earlier, high bacteria levels far above federal limits. And most recently, I joined a specialist to sample for macroinvertebrate populations, which can help us determine the health and biological integrity of the waterway. And in all of my sampling that I've done in the area, we have noted that essentially the sedimentation coming off of these developments is having a significant negative impact on the waterway, on Lick Creek and the tributaries impacted. And so I would say, simply put, there are significant impacts coming into the creek from these developments. And a number of these particular areas under development are actually owned by the applicant who is applying for this particular rezoning. And that applicant has a long and documented history of violations with ongoing violations from sediment and erosion control. And so I think, it's clear to say that the existing regulations are not necessarily being upheld to their fullest. And in this particular soil series that we've been talking about, it's, not enough. And I'm personally really encouraged to see and to hear that Durham City Council is considering implementing amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance that would strengthen protections for the creek. I think that's incredible to hear. And I'm also worried that those changes to the UDO aren't going to happen in time before all of these new developments are approved on a monthly basis. And so I would just ask.
Thank you, ma'am. We thank you for your comments tonight. Your 2 minutes have expired. And we now turn back to our applicant for any rebuttal that he may have.
Thank you. Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates. I wrote a few notes down as I went along. There was a comment about water quality, water quantity, which is exactly why this proposal provides a 30% maximum impervious area to help with the quantity of runoff that is on the site. There was also a comment about potential improvements for bicycle infrastructure. This development will include either bike lanes or a 10-foot multi-use path. Actually, the 10-foot multi-use path, which is off the traffic lane, DOT is heading in that direction. So I anticipate that being developed, and that is a commitment that's already on our development plan. There were questions about, which kind of confuses me, to be honest, about stormwater requirements during construction. This development and previous developments I've worked on that have provided those erosion control commitments. Those are I went over those earlier this evening. Those are in our development plan. Those are commitments that are taking place during construction to help treat the stormwater during construction, in addition to the requirements of after or at the permanent erosion control or permanent basins. There are approximately 35 acres of buildable land on this, not 18. And to qualify the final comment that was just made online, LTB does use a third-party inspector, and there are no current violations. I, as the applicant, also have no violations against us. We are a design firm, but LTB is the developers here. They also have no current violations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that will conclude all of our speakers, and therefore I will now close this public hearing, and the matter is back before the council. Are there any other comments from council? Councilwoman Freeman, Councilwoman Cambiera, and then we'll go to my left with Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really wanted to just first take a moment and thank all of the residents that are here offering their contribution of voluntary feedback, just acknowledging that you're doing this this is not a paid position for you, that this is actually just you voluntarily being involved in the process. And I really want to say I appreciate you being here this late. And I also appreciate staff having to be here as well. And so I'm going to keep this really simple and quick and just note that there is a sense of these cases, to me, are just what the gas station was earlier. And so 3% sounds like we might be headed in the right direction. And if we send it back, it might be something even better. So each and every time that I vote no, it's usually because I can see something better at that location than what is currently in front of me. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I had a couple of questions for a few of the speakers and then for staff. And then first of all, I just wanted to also acknowledge that Planning Commission I think on every single one of our cases tonight the majority of our commissioners did provide comment, and I'm very, very appreciative of that, that change. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I wanted to just share something to Ms. Stroud very quickly, because you shared something, and it's just to acknowledge that around when we were talking about community benefits, we're talking about things that our community needs. This council does not fund our schools. It also has nothing to do with hospitals. And so we hear that, I hear that from community members a lot. And I just want to, part of this, at least part of the thing about this job that I take seriously is as residents learn things, it helps everyone be more engaged in our civic process with accurate information. So when I hear residents talk about, well, what about hospital capacity? What about schools? Things like that. That is not we don't make any decisions around those things as a city council. Additionally, another resident acknowledged that a friend of theirs, their child was struggling because there weren't enough kindergarten teachers. Again, we do not have anything to do with our hiring and firing of teachers in public schools. And I actually think that if you're paying attention, the General Assembly and the Leandro case that has been ongoing for decades, pay attention to those things. Yes, land use is important, but there are lots of things happening. There are a lot of decisions that get made in all kinds of levels of government. And I wish we had that kind of power as a body here, but we do not. We do not fund our schools. We do not make decisions about our schools. I can personally attest that our teacher shortage is significant. It's a national problem. And until we actually respect the profession and pay them what they're due, we're going to keep having that problem. But that is not what we're here to talk about this evening. For staff, I just had a very quick question. Ms. Andrews did share the presentation that county commissioners received today at their work session. And I'm curious, when is council going to receive that presentation? And when is that showing up at JCCPC? Because I think that would have been, that is helpful information that we could have had.
Sarah Young with the Planning Department. That presentation was a request made by the county to staff, myself, the Planning Department, and the Sedimentation and Erosion Control Division of the County Engineering Department. That same information, we can certainly provide it to you all. It is slated to be discussed at the next JCCPC meeting, which Joint City County Planning Committee, on November the 30th. And the county representatives this morning talked about the importance about wanting to have that communication with the city council folks just to see, where there might be some commonality. So I do expect that the beginning of that conversation will happen at JCCPC. But it is at y'all's pleasure. We can certainly provide that presentation to you all as well.
Thank you. If my colleagues are amenable, I would appreciate that presentation at a work session. And I would have appreciated it, since we are the ones who are tasked legally with annexations, to come to us instead of our commissioners, so that we could, obviously should have had that right as well, but we have a special obligation as city council members. And then just another question for you, Sarah. In that, I read through the slide deck earlier today, a lot of the things that we're thinking about doing, or a lot of the potential text amendments or UDO changes, are some of the things that this applicant is listing as commitments. And so I just want to acknowledge that, because we're hearing from residents around some of the things that they're wanting to see around mass grading, around treatment of our watershed, and these are proffered already in this case. And so I just wanted to, is my opinion or my thought correct around that?
Yes, we are seeing a lot of commitments that equate to higher standards, which is, I can't say that our proposal coming forward is going to be identical, but it will have some very similar elements. Stormwater erosion controls also proposing some changes to their regulations. Those are probably more closely aligned with the things that you're seeing on development plans.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will be supporting this tonight. As I've said, when we have, and this is to another resident's query, a lot of the things that we're seeing are voluntary proffers. We cannot expect or demand our developers to put money towards Durham Public Schools, towards affordable housing. These are voluntary commitments. We can plead, we can say they're policy priorities, but ultimately it's their decision. We can vote a case no or yes, that's a decision we get to make. But there's no requirement, and we cannot ask that by state law. I'm just, again, sharing that so residents are clear. I will be voting yes for this. This is an alignment with what we've seen previous cases and continued improvements. I look forward to the presentation at JCCPC and to strengthening some of the stormwater quality issues that we're experiencing, and some of the mass grading and other environmental concerns. But this developer is proffering many of the things that our residents are saying they want. Thank you.
Councilman Williams, I believe, if you want to give over to your colleague, and you go last. Johnson.
Thanks, y'all. I appreciate it. I have a question for the developer. Hey, so this is a little bit lower density than we're used to seeing with townhome developments. Could you give us a little bit more context as to why that's the case?
So it's the stream buffers, to be honest. There's the stream buffers, and then also part of the request through the SEDFA, the small area plans, are to widen those stream buffers. So widening those stream buffers also impacts density a little bit, which is why we try to do a balance between the two to make sure we're saving those environmental features, but also providing that density that we believe is necessary.
Okay, thank you. So on the buildable, what's the density if you just include the buildable land? Do you have a sense of that?
It's 1 second. If I'm estimating 35 acres of buildable, it's about somewhere pretty close to that. At 185 units is 5.28 units.
Okay. Thank you. I'll also be supporting this tonight for reasons I have previously stated and need not restate at 11:30 PM. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Councilman Williams.
Question for staff. How, considering all of the processes of us as a government, if we were to stop approving every project that came before us right now until we had wider roads, buffers, if we addressed every issue that we hear constantly and we just stop approving everything, how realistic is that and how long would it take?
So I'm trying to make sure that I understand your question. Forgive me, it may be that.
Yeah, so if we said no on everything, until we get all of the things that are being requested, how long would it take or how realistic would it be to achieve that? Considering that we have the TIAs and all of those things.
That's something I honestly cannot answer off the cuff.
Okay. All right, I figured as much. And the reason why I asked that is because that is what we're faced with. That is what we're faced with. I appreciate Councilmember Caballero actually addressing a lot of the concerns that I had as well. We have nothing to do with schools. We should have a lot more to do with them. We should be able to support them. And we tried from our position as city council. But, you know, the reality is that, you know, when folks move here and when folks are living here, we all pay our taxes, you know, and that is the money. You know, and I know not everybody wants to hear this, but that is the money that sets the budget. That's the money that we collect taxes, which is called revenue, to spend on these things that we're asking for. You know, now I do believe that there are some complicated processes, multiple levels that creates what we have as a bureaucracy that makes it extremely complicated. We have other parts of the city that are extremely neglected and have not been touched in decades. As a matter of fact, Fayetteville Street has some of the original sidewalks. You know, so I do want us to be, you know, sensitive to the reality. And when it comes to our planning commission members, I do appreciate the comments and I appreciate the perspective. They're doing what they're supposed to do, you know, but it is really easy to be in a position of privilege like many of us, which means we have somewhere to stay and we can talk about these things. But the real pressure comes when there is someone who doesn't have a home, or there's someone who can't find a place to live. And all of a sudden, the things that we're talking about tonight become deprioritized to them. So there's a both and. And you guys know I love you. You come, you give us your concerns every single time, you know, but do know that as we hear you, we're also hearing others as well. And we have to make those decisions. And many times I have to say, you know what, I agree with them, but I have those folks that are out there that are not here tonight, that have no clue how city council works, because they don't have the time to come here. Many of them are at work right now. But we have real issues in this city. And what I don't accept is it appears that we don't care, which we really do. I promise you we do. So it's a complicated process. We make these complicated decisions. And that's just the reality we're in, because that is extremely complicated. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councilwoman Freeman.
Just a question for staff, specifically around, I guess, the way we look at impact in each of these zoning cases. I was wondering if it were at any point, the conversation around how we look at the hospitals, the schools and environment and other city services were all inclusive. I don't know if it's been done in the past, but I think I have seen where we have looked at, what the service, I guess, the EMS or service needs, what might look like around fire, police, and solid waste. But maybe we should be looking at what that impact is around hospitals and schools in the same way, and the environment in the same way, so that it actually is spelled out. Because I do think we have a responsibility, and there is actually an impact that